Jesus, you were quick to get in here. Good lord. I haven't even posted everywhere. Hold on. Zoop. Over there. Where's Salad? Salad is up behind me. He's in the tree. That's like right there. I can't turn the camera because I don't have a good tripod. My tripod is awful and I hate it. Okay, let's see. Did I post to Blue Sky? I think I did. Yes, I did. Okay, cool. Post it there. Did my Discord thing also send? I think it did. Probably. It has not. Okay, well. Maybe it'll take a few minutes. I don't know how it works. Well, I'll just maybe give it some time. Okay. How are y'all doing? Discord was how you got here? But it didn't post in my... I have like an Askikmo server, and then I have my Half-Edge server. I posted it manually in Half-Edge, but I'm supposed to have a bot for my other server. So I'm not sure what's up with that, why the bot isn't posting. But alas. Thought coding was dead due to AI. Hopefully not. I don't think it is. We'll see, I suppose. Oh, I still don't have a good mic position. Maybe this is fine. As long as you can hear me when it's in this spot, I think we're good. Why do you see AI all over the place? Because the people who have a lot of money, they want you to see it all over the place. So, and if you have money, you can get eyeballs on it. Okay. All right. Love Bevels. Hell yeah. I'm glad we have some fans of beveling in chat. Not a lot of us out there, but you know, some people are fans of Bevels. Okay. Should I have music on my streams? I used to always have music. Do I? You can bring your own music. Yeah, it's kind of this thing where like, if I have music, you can't like just have music on at the same time, so. Oh, wow, okay, YouTube's interface just insulted me. It's like, now would be a good time to insert ads. Like, really? Okay, so whatever I'm talking about right now, that's not important. Okay. Okay, YouTube, I get it. Cool. Rude. Do I make tea? Or do I do that later? Is this a good time to make tea when we're waiting for people to roll in? Might be a good time. I will do that now. Do I have a message? I'm not setting up stream. Making tea. I feel like the text is a little bit overwhelmingly large. Okay, maybe that's good. Okay, tea. I will be right back. put it a little off screen, as in I should put it off screen, or I did put it off screen. Also, I didn't. That is the whole message. It kind of looks like it's off screen though, because I just used the short version. Found any more cats lately? Oh, you want it to be off screen, like intentionally, like, oh, that looks like it's at SEO. That doesn't work. I have not found any more cats lately, no. It was a little bit easier during summer, because then the weather isn't awful, but right now the weather is like the worst, and I think when it's like rainy and cold and snowing occasionally, it's not the best weather to like find cats. So, okay. I think what we're gonna do today is that I want to get the bevels working, and I think that the number one thing that I should do is to just have better debugging tools, because I used to have debugging tools for Half-Edge, but I kind of abandoned them as soon as I made a switch from being a Unity plugin to a standalone application, and so I think just being able to draw some shapes would be good. So I started doing that a little bit. So I think I'm going to continue doing that this stream. And then get the bevels working, because then I'm going to be able to find out what's wrong. Which would be good. Okay, let me just make sure I got everything set up. I have way too many things open. I'm gonna close a bunch of stuff. That's over there, that's over there. That's that, that's okay. Okay. Okay, my tea, my kettle is boiling, so I'm gonna get the tea ready. Hello, fellow Clippy. Wait, Clippy, what is that? What does that mean? The word assistant thing? Okay. I guess I'm still making tea. But, please remind me that I am making tea so that I will remember to get my tea, because I will forget otherwise. So we were working on Bevels last stream. Oh, the profile picture. Gotcha. Like the corner heuristics. Hopefully we're done with the heuristic part. Now I just need to get my own logic correct. Because I have a bug that I need to sort out. So with our bevel, we kind of left off where I sort of have the bevel working, but I also sort of have it not working. I do actually have the math to get the correct vertices, but something about the order of the input data is wrong. And it's probably just a matter of flipping some of them or like rotating the order of all of these. And I was hoping I could just like take all of my integers and just offset them by 1 until it works, but it didn't work. So I clearly need better debugging tools. And so I'm probably gonna start by just adding some kind of debugging tool so that I can visualize what's going on. And so I believe I started, yes, I started implementing support for using shapes inside of half-edge, which would allow me to debug. So let's see, is this a singleton? Probably not, but that's probably okay. But basically, I'm thinking I'm gonna have like a debug draw method where I pass in an action, then I add it to the debug drawing, and then I just invoke that in the drawing function. And so then I can just kind of add drawing functions from wherever, for better or for worse. It's not going to be the most optimized way of doing this, but hopefully that's okay, because I'm not going to use this for performance stuff, it's just for debugging. So theoretically, I think I should be able to do that now. So what would that be? Do I have access to the editor, maybe? Or do I need to go through the instance? Do I have the action? Or this dot? What do I have? Got the mesh. Do I not have a way to... Okay. I'm just gonna take the long way around. Viewport. Debug draw. There we go. That's the thing we're doing. I forgot how to make statements lambdas. There we go. Have used agents AI? Nope. And I have no interest in doing so. Okay, so basically I need to debug what is going on with all of the corner things here, because clearly it's not working. So I need to, make sure that I'm passing the right data into it, which I seem to not be doing. Let's see, what's the best way to debug this? Or like draw it, rather. I guess I can just try drawing the positions and the normals, I think. So let's do that. Okay, so we're iterating through all 3 of these, and then I will just draw a sphere at the corner with a radius of... I don't even know how big my bevel is. What's the scale here? Wait, this grid is 1, so we probably want like 0.05 or something. Or no, you know what? You know what? We're gonna set the radius space to pixels. That way it'll just scale based off of camera distance. Isn't that amazing? Can you imagine if you had a tool like that? With the corner position. Okay, and then we want the blend mode to be opaque, and then we probably want to do the lines. Line geometry billboard, and then we do draw dot line from position to position plus yeah, face normal times smaller, I guess 0.5. And then I guess we want a nice color for that, so we're gonna make those z-axis colored. And the spheres, they can be white, that's fine. Okay. Hopefully this works. It would be nice to have debugging tools. Okay, let's see. All right, let's bevel. Can I not? I still can't select this one. Why does this happen? I keep having this issue where, like, if I do things too quickly, it breaks. Which is very weird because I have very little code that's ever, like, time dependent. I wonder if it's something like the like GPU CPU communication where, like, maybe the mesh isn't fully sent to the GPU, but I'm requesting the bounding box from the GPU or something. But I don't know why that would lead to my undo system being confused. I don't know, that's weird. Anyway, bevel. I am not seeing anything being drawn anywhere. Okay, did this actually work? It did log this, so that's good. But it's not drawing anything. I wonder if that is... Oh, you know what? I think I know why. That's kind of funny. And also a little bit annoying. I just realized I might not actually use the Unity camera for rendering. I might just be using it to, like, get projection matrices and, like, move it around and read that data. Maybe? Do I ever call camera.render? Camera. I might not actually render. Because that's just interaction. Orbit camera, mouse capture. Tea. That's a good point. All right, I will get my tea. Thank you. Hello. Hello from Berlin. Hello, Berlin. The entire city. Okay. So where do I... Geo drawer? Is that the one? Okay, render scene camera to depth. This sounds... Yeah, I literally just don't... I don't ever call camera.render. I guess that's why my shapes are not showing up. That would make a lot of sense. Well, that complicates things a little bit. Shapes was not made to be inserted into a system that doesn't use camera.render. I wonder if I should... can I add support for that in shapes maybe? Trying to remember how I set this up. So... Okay, so it is an on-camera pre-render. Okay. But how does that... How did I handle all of the command buffer stuff? I seem to remember that that was like a nightmare to get it working properly in shapes. Do we have the undo redo system for half edge? Yes, undo and redo does exist. So I can select some vertices, move them around. I can extrude, and then I can undo all of those things. Selection also undoable. Oh, and redo also works as well. Although it kind of looked like my extrude had broken normals. What was up with that? What's this? Why? Oh, because I already have... Because my mesh probably got messed up by the code. Excuse me. Okay. I feel like I'm just gonna look and see inside of shapes to see if I can like quickly retrofit it to sort of get injected into a command buffer, but I'm not entirely hopeful. Because I do have this whole like command buffer situation. But I have like my own draw command thing. Hello, Thor. Hello. What's up? Mister. Hey, you wanna talk to stream? Yeah. You can talk to stream here. There's a microphone. Oh yeah, I'm not making tea anymore. There we go. Mister? Hello? Hey? Yeah, you're cuddly. Okay. Today we're cuddly. Yesterday you were screaming non-stop. Yeah, it was kind of annoying. Yeah. Did you get the corner vertex order sorted? Nope, not yet. I was gonna try to fix that today. Yeah, okay, there. Yeah, oh, you got an itch. Yep. Good job, there. He still knows how to scratch his ears. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Thor. You gonna... What's your plan, buddy? Yeah, what's your plan? Yeah, okay. You're in the way, Thor. Yeah, I'm trying to stream. He missed it. Hello? He does want all the snuggles. Ideally, like all day, with no interruption. Which is not like viable if you want to do anything else in your life. But he's always up for pets. I would turn my camera if I had a good tripod, but you know, I do not. Mr. Thor? Yeah, you gonna sit there right in front of my keyboard? Yeah, sniff sniff. Okay, buddy. Okay. Yeah, come on, Thor. Look. What? Hey. Hey. What? What? Oh, I just wanted to fix your... Just wanted to move your paw, buddy. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thor, hop on over here. Got a goblet. Yeah. Hop on over here. Yeah. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Do you have any favorite library for performing Boolean operations on triangle meshes? No, I have not looked. So I have no clue what's out there. And I am not sure if I ever will look. We'll see. Oh, hello there. What kind of a routes is that? What's your plan? Oh, he's back. He's back to the goblet, maybe? No? No? Okay. Oh, he's gonna come back to my desk and like... Okay, I see. Okay, you wanna sit in my lap? Yeah, come on, buddy. Come on there. Yep. Just Thor, just not in front of my keyboard. That's like the only place where you can sit, because I need my arms to be there. Yeah, okay. The things I do for this old man. Yeah, not on my keyboard. No, no, no. What's my hair doing? This one is wispy. Never had a cat. I wonder how they are. Depends on the cat, but cats are generally very chill and wonderful. They can be kind of smelly. I feel like cats are probably some of the least smelly pets you can have. Their litter boxes can be smelly though. Okay. So it seems like my my debugging aspirations might not work out. I really wanted it to work out though. Oh wait, I guess I do have the add to camera. Hold on, what's this? Add to command buffer. Is this what I want to do? Probably. I wonder if I can like... Okay, this is gonna be this is gonna be such a hack, but what if I just render the camera? Just like fuck it. Render. Can I do that? Is that legal? Where's my GeoDrawer? Okay. Draw elements. Actually, what other stuff do I do here? Set up that. Draw objects in the scene. Okay. Draw handles. So can I just do that here? It's gonna be such a wasteful render, but to do, or rather, this is a hack. Do not do this. This is just for debugging, but like spelled correctly, I think. There was no Discord ping? What? I set up the whole thing. Was it because I sent like a test notification slightly earlier or something? Rude. Very rude. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna see if the drawing stuff works. I feel like the frame rate is lower all of a sudden. Okay, let's see. I don't think it's working still. Wonder, do I just... Oh wait, I already had a camera.render here. I guess I've done this before, but not specifically to run shapes. Okay, Thor has left. And there's toast, and there's salad. Okay. And Gumpy's in the bedroom. Oh, wait, ooh, hold on. This is working now. Because it's drawing my scene view. It's drawing my scene view debugging stuff, which I didn't want it to, but I guess I can disable those. It's also drawing, it's also clearing. I don't want it to do that. I guess clear flags. Don't clear. Can I re-enable that now? Yes. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. I think hot reload plugin would be useful for you. I've heard that there's a few like official Unity hot reload stuff that either already exists or it's like experimental. But it has a few like specific constraints on how you structure your code, right? Like you can't have static stuff and expect it to reset between sessions, right? I think I would have to like adapt my code for that, which I don't do right now. Why did I recompile? I didn't need to do that. Oh, right, because the objects are still enabled, and right, I need to do the camera settings. Don't clear, or I guess clear depth only, probably, I think. Got hit with rounding errors and rage quitting, oh no. Rounding or float to int conversion, right? I read the website and I still don't get where this procreativeness of this program is. Is that a serious question or a non-serious question? Now nothing is trying. Why? That's suspicious. That's really suspicious. Serious question. I mean, I thought I outlined most of the idea and the philosophy of it on the FAQ. But the stuff that I want to try to carry over from Procreate is just a tool that is more intuitive and laser focused at what it does well instead of trying to be a tool for everyone. So what I want to do with Half Edge is that it's going to be rare in that it's made for game developers, which none of the other 3D modeling tools are. So there's going to be a bunch of things that are like game dev specific, like a UV editor that you feel okay with using without feeling like jumping off the edge of a cliff. And I guess the film industry probably doesn't need that because they don't deal with pixel perfect textures, but you know, we do. I don't understand why nothing is drawing. So I wonder what is going wrong here. What package are you using for 3D modeling in Unity? Nothing? I'm not using a package. I'm making the package. I am the package. That is, well, I'm not making a plugin, but I am doing that part. What? Why? Okay, I guess we're gonna have to do the classic checking if I even run the code. I don't get what's so bad about UV editors in Blender. Well, I'm pretty sure it's gotten better now, especially with the most recent update when they finally fixed the selection stuff, which was so bad. But it's just not intuitive, and it's annoying to use, and it's lacking a lot of basic tools that you would expect to be there if you were doing UV mapping a lot. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like there's a gazillion like low-hanging fruit stuff that you can do for UV editors that just doesn't exist for some reason. And I got frustrated with that. So rather than trying to live with it or learn Blender or make plugins, in which case I would have to use Python. So I would rather try to do my own take on it than to learn that stuff. Okay, did I write this function correctly? Yeah, because it did draw the scene view stuff. But then... What's bad about the selection for UVs in Blender? I remember the... Blender had this really weird decoupling of selection in your 3D viewport versus your UVs, where the 3D viewport was kind of unrelated to the UV editor. So like something as simple as like selecting a UV and just seeing in the 3D viewport which thing you've selected required like a whole thing of like sync selection stuff, I think. And yeah, but I think that's the thing that they very recently fixed to make that reasonable and not horrible. Okay. I mean, it is an immediate mode shape drawer. It's Geo Viewport 3D. Why? But yeah, I don't know how to explain it fully, because it was a long time ago I used both Blender's UV editor as well as Maya's UV editor, but I used Maya's UV editor, and switching to Blender's UV editor was a massive downgrade. But even Maya's UV editor, like, you had to use plugins to make it bearable. So, yeah. Yep. Okay, so it is... Am I maybe calling it at the wrong moment in time? Because it's kind of like an on pre-render type of thing, so... So maybe I don't Do I even put that in viewport 3D? I actually don't know if that's the right way to go. Okay, I'm gonna try calling this function manually. So we're adding that there, and then in GeoDrawer, I guess I want to do that before. No, wait. In viewport 3D, actually, yeah, here. Which is where I was, I think. Maybe? Yes. So here, I guess I want to call... I'm going to rename this function. So then instead of letting that run its natural course, I'm going to just force run it here. Okay, how about this? How about this? Oh, I guess I do know that it's calling that method, so I don't need to double check that. What kind of features would you like for a UV editor? So, snapping tools. Snapping UVs to pixels. Super simple concept, like you have a texture, and you like load a texture, and then based off of the resolution of that texture, you just snap to the pixels. And then you have a grid where you can like increment or decrement the grid size. Something like that would just add so much value immediately. You could have like straighten edges. You like select a bunch of UVs and you want to straighten like a strip that's a little bit wobbly because it's, you know, maybe it's a branch of a tree or something. You want to make that aligned so you have some kind of straightening feature. You could have I mean, just an unfold that works well. Like that would be nice. I think Blender probably has that now, but I don't know how it works. I haven't used it for a while. Like Maya had an interactive unfold, which was really nice, and it felt good to use. It was fun UV mapping in Maya. I loved UV mapping. I think I was sort of alone in there, but I enjoyed it. And then when I went to Blender, I was like, this is clunky. I feel like Blender is fighting me along every step of the way. Okay, am I doing something just very wrong here? Why is it not rendering my shapes? Like if I... Like it's rendering these objects. Like, why is it rendering these just completely fine? Like if these are rendering, why are the other ones not rendering? That makes no sense to me. It's like, it's literally the same system. Oh wait, oh my god, I think I'm stupid. I think I'm actually stupid. I think I'm stupid. Let me double check to see if I'm stupid. Yes, okay, I'm stupid. I am stupid. Loved your Bezier curves video. I am happy you liked it. Thank you. Okay, I need to fix my camera-based selection. It used to work, and then somehow it broke. Because it's kind of annoying to not have that anymore. Oh my god, it's working. Holy shit, look at that. Debugging. Debugging is happening. Oh my god, finally. Okay, cool. Cool. Now we can get back to the thing that I was actually doing, because this was just a detour to get debugging up and running. So where were we? I'm gonna close stuff that I don't need. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that or that. Okay. Debugging the debugger, exactly. Okay, we don't need the editor, I think. We were in here. That's what we were doing. Okay. I'm gonna take a sip of something, anything. Okay. This line was a little bit thick, I must say. So we're gonna set the thickness space to a little bit more. Let's do draw dot thickness. Let's set it to 2 pixels. Guess that's primarily for this. Okay. So this looks correct. So this is showing the normals, but I also want to show the, I guess I should like maybe draw the vertex IDs on top of that, just so that I can see what ID that is. I guess I need a different color for that, actually. White? I don't know. It was probably Thor that was walking around, yeah. Okay, so we want to draw I to string, I suppose. Oh wait, position is first. Corners, I dot position, and the rotation would be quaternion. Look rotation. Forward would be oh, we don't have the camera. Okay, let me just quickly change the where is it? Where'd it go? Where did it go? Oh, here. Okay, I'm gonna pass the camera into that method call. So we got the camera. There we go. Where am I? There we go. Okay. Camera dot transform. Nope. Transform dot forward. Or do we need to turn the label towards us? I forget how labels are oriented. I think I would need to turn it away from the camera to make that work. I mean, actually, I guess I can just set the rotation to the rotation of the camera. Camera dot wait, oh, transform dot rotation. But we need to rotate it around the y-axis, local y-axis. Yeah. Rotate 180 degrees self y. There we go. Pro tip for those of you who are unaware. If you have a quaternion, doing a 180 degree rotation around any axis of the XYZ axes is basically free. It is literally just a swizzle. You can just swap components in the quaternion to rotate 180 degrees, either around the extrinsic or world space axes, or around its own like local space axes. Around any of those 3 axes, 180 degree rotations are free. It is just like swapping components around. So if you ever need to flip a quaternion, you can take shortcuts for that, which is kind of neat. Instead of like multiplying by quaternion dot Euler 180 0 0, like that is a much longer way around of doing the same thing. If only I knew how quaternions work to understand that. If you want to rotate a quaternion by 180 degrees, you just multiply by I. And then you rotate 180 degrees around the x-axis. And then if you can multiply by j, you rotate 180 degrees around the y-axis. Same thing with k and the z-axis, which is super neat. It's not in the Unity official documentation because Unity doesn't have these, they don't have these functions. But this is in my, I do have a math library on GitHub where this code exists. So they are all in here. Where's chat? There's chat. There you go. So if you want my quaternion functions, they are all in there. So I have a bunch of like shortcuts that are really neat. Also stuff like swapping the YZ components and that kind of stuff. It's also pretty cheap. Yeah. Yeah. This is kind of like it's kind of like all the stuff that I've collected over the years that I've like had a use for every now and then. Yeah. Yeah. Some of this stuff I think Unity has actually added in their new it's not new anymore, but the math package. Like in the math package, I'm pretty sure they have the exponential function as well as the logarithms. So Unity does have quaternions, but it doesn't have all the features that I wanted for quaternions. So I'm using Unity's quaternion type, but I'm adding some extra functions because I feel like it's lacking a few things. The annoying thing about their like math library or math package quaternion though is that they don't overload the multiply operator, which really bothers me. I don't know why they didn't do that. Wait, what am I doing? Why am I getting errors? Oh, I need to reference text mesh pro. Okay. In my assembly. Where's my assembly? Assembly info? Where is that? Where? I forgot how assemblies work. Is that my... Okay, that looks like an assembly. Do I just like... TMP? Text mesh pro. There's 4 of them. That one probably. Okay, apply. How much do you need to worry about performance when making this? Quite a lot. I mean, yes, quite a lot, especially when it comes to all of the mesh operations, because you are dealing with so much data that you need to be really careful about how you process that kind of stuff. So like in half-edge, pretty much all of the mesh operations and anything that processes the mesh data, all of that stuff is either it's done on the GPU with compute shaders, or I do it with the job system that compiles to native code to like do parallel processing on the CPU. Okay, this one might freeze up my computer because I have a print running in my code, which I should just remove. Come on. There we go. Okay, I really need to remove those logs. That's the whole point of writing in a C#. Wait, what's the point of writing in a C#? Okay, so for example, let's say I have a mesh like a torus, like this. And I need to manipulate this or select stuff like this, right? Well, selecting vertices, that's quite a lot of points that I need to check, right? Like this could be a mesh with thousands of vertices, and if I want to check if these vertices are inside of a bounding box, that is that's a lot of checks, right? And if you write this code in a way where like you're allocating memory like during this check for every single vertex, like a single for loop over every vertex, like that might get too slow as soon as your mesh grows in size. But if I instead do this in a compute shader, the GPU is basically made for very simple but massively parallel processing, where I can just send all of these vertices to the GPU and be like, hey, is this vertex inside of this box? And it's going to do that in parallel. So instead of, having a for loop going through every single vertex one after another, it's checking a bunch of them at the same time, which is going to speed things up significantly. But especially if like your CPU is busy with something, the GPU can just do stuff separately. And the same thing goes for multi-threading on the CPU, where if you use the job system and, when you write code in Unity, generally that's all run on the same thread, unless you tell it to run on a different thread. And so using the job system, there's stuff in there where you can use a thing called like iParallel for jobs, I think it's called, I forget. And then it's going to automatically compile to native code, and it's going to run multi-threaded, which is very, very, very useful. So like for my box selection, this is done on the GPU. I don't do this on the CPU. So box selection is fast because of that fact, because doing all of these checks is quite expensive, and especially for camera-based selection, which I have broken now. So pretend my camera-based selection is working. Yeah. But yeah, that's how that works. Do you think an artist on the technical side should take the time to dig deeper into implementations of various 3D features like bevel, curves, and quaternions? Is it worth for a career? I think, well, it depends on how much of an artist you are and how much technical stuff you do, right? Like, I don't know exactly where you are on that spectrum, but like, I would say for most game developers, you really don't need to know a lot of the like intricacies of math. Like, the only reason I know all of this stuff is because I'm like intrinsically interested in it. Like, I think it's interesting on its own. Like, if my spare time when I'm doing things for fun, it can just be like reading about dual quaternions, because I wanted to see if I could make a dual quaternion spline, because I was curious about it. But like, is it useful for work? Not really. I don't think I've like, during my freelance work, it's rare that I get to make use of those abstract concepts. It's sometimes I can, but it's usually for like tiny performance gains that don't actually matter. Like, oh hey, you can actually rotate a quaternion 180 degrees with a swizzle instead of a multiply. And that piece of code is not gonna matter. But like, for me, it's gonna matter, because like, oh, I see that you're doing this in a non-optimal way. So here's the tip that doesn't matter for the end product at all. So I don't know. It's just like, computers are very fast, and like all of these tiny optimizations and tricks you can find rarely matter unless you do huge, massive data processing. What would be a good starting point to start learning graphics programming as a seasoned dev without any math background? I have a series on shader programming on my YouTube channel. I would recommend that one. That is what I would recommend, because I do go through a lot of the math, and I also go through primarily like focus on shader programming to begin with, but then I don't really do a lot of pipeline stuff. So if you want to get into render pipelines, I don't know too much about all of that. But that is the place I would start. It is centered on like Unity, but it's kind of portable. Like, it's pretty much the same thing. Like, shaders look very similar, like regardless of engine. So like, if you know how to write shaders in Unity, you are almost certainly going to be able to write shaders in like WebGL or whatever. Making a project in Rust with a vector math library, and if it didn't have operator overloads, I would also just write my own. Yeah. Oh my god. I feel like anytime, is it C++ developers? I think it's C++ developers, or either people who used to use C++, who, I feel like anybody who's used C++ have this weird, like, I think they have like PTSD from operators. I'm guessing it's like, because C++ people have seen the syntax of like C in whatever whatever, or like C out whatever, like I feel like they have PTSD from weird syntax that people did with operators, so they think that operator overloading is like the devil, and you should never ever 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 do operator overloading. So then like anytime you mention operator overloading, they're like, no, please don't add operator overloading. But then I'm like, doing math without operator overloading is actually hell. It is so garbage to write math without operator overloading. It's so, dear lord. Like I was using, what was it? Was it JavaScript? TypeScript? Yeah, I think it was both. Where like, in JavaScript and TypeScript, you don't really have structs. But I really wanted to write math in a way that looks nice. Like, I don't know. Okay, so let's say you want to write a lerp function from like, you know, float A, float B, interpolator T. So if you want to make a lerp function, you would do something like return, why is code suggestions, stop spoiling, jeez. I'm going to do the other one that the suggestion didn't show, just to spite that one. So you would do like 1 minus t times a plus b times t. So this would be a lerp function, right? Or you can do the alternate version, which is basically a plus b minus a times t. Like both of these are the same thing, like mathematically. There are some precision issues where you might prefer to use the first one, but generally this is what a lerp looks like. Now, if you don't have operator overloading, this would look like hot garbage. It would look so bad. Like let's say these are not floats. Like, you know, maybe you have vector types here. So you have float 3s for, you know, A and B and the return value. And now having operator overloading in the float 3 type means you can reuse the same code. It looks exactly the same and it works the way that you would expect. Like you're multiplying a vector by a scalar, which is an incredibly defined operation that works just fine, right? But if you don't have operator overloading, it's like, okay, how would you write this code? So, okay, 1 minus t, that would still work, but then you need like a float3 dot multiply or something, right? You would need a multiply between, you know, this value and a, and then that would return the vector. But then you need to do vector addition, right? So, okay, so I guess that would be like float3 dot add. So then we're adding this one plus b times t, and then this wouldn't compile either because, you know, you don't have operator overloading, so you need another float3.mul in here where we do, you know, t times a. This is unreadable to me. This is just not readable. It's so hard to see the structure of what is going on here. I hate it. Or you can do the like compromise solution that I usually do, which is also unreadable. Where like basically you add like instance methods instead, or like instance functions, where you do like a.mul like that, like so, and then oh, this should be b. Then you would do b.mul for t. And then it would be like another method here for adding b here. So like this variant is slightly more readable to me. Like this is slightly better but it's still awful. It's still really, really, really bad for readability. So anytime I hear any developer be like, "Oh no, operator overloading," that's just, you should never ever use operator overloading, and I'm like, please, please stop, just stop talking. Like, just don't, just don't. Anyway, operator overloading is wonderful. We like operator overloading here. Okay, I feel like I missed a bunch of stuff in chat because I was ranting too much. I have a lot of opinions about this. I don't have a long chat. There we go, long chat. Oh god, I missed a lot of questions. Speaking of freelance work, I'm thinking of moving over to that. What do you do to find work? I mean, I'm just very loud online. Like, I have a social media presence, and being like a micro celebrity helps. And I don't know how to give advice to people who are not, except I would say that if you're present at events, like in-person events that are related to game development, having a point of contact face-to-face with someone at a company, like, the odds of them picking you is going to be like dramatically increased if you make a good impression. So like, meeting someone in person is really, really valuable. Because I've had a few like freelance gigs where like, I'm at a game dev event and I'm just talking to a bunch of people, and then I was just like, hey, by the way, do you need a technical artist? Because I'm free, I could do some work now. And they were like, oh yeah, actually, we kind of do. And then from there, I got that gig. So I would say talking to people in general at events is a good start. Oh god, the comma operator. That one is bad. You see paths being joined with a slash, like division operator? That's interesting. I kind of like that. Okay, I think I'm caught up to chat now. Does require talking to people. That is unfortunate. Which JavaScript had operator overloading? Yeah. Yep. Do you have any advice for someone who's interested in pursuing mathematics via self-study? What? I mean, I feel like you kind of answered the question. Or like, what do you mean by pursuing mathematics? Just learning, or having a career in mathematics? Because I have no idea what a career in math looks like, because I have like zero connections to academia or any of that, so I have no clue. I installed TextMesh Pro. That's what I did, and I referenced it in the project, so I was going to test that, I believe. Okay, so if I bevel... Oh, there we go. We have our numbers, look at that. Okay. I feel like these numbers are a little bit backwards. So maybe... I didn't get to use my cool function to rotate the transform. That makes me sad. I also want to know about the mathematics. I was wondering how you became so good at game math. I start to be at your skill level. It's really hard for me to like give advice on these things because I am very, very driven by my own motivation and like interests, and certain things are just kind of like a bug light, and I just like crash my head into it over and over again because I'm curious about it, and a lot of things in mathematics is that way for me. So like my entire geometric algebra arc and the quaternion stuff is very like, that is just because I was interested in it. There's like, I can sort of retrofit some kind of like usefulness into it in terms of game development, but the stuff that I'm doing is so far beyond what you actually need in 99% of game dev that it's just not useful. It's really just because I'm interested. So like, if you're doing it purely from a perspective of like, you want to get better at game development, you don't need that much math in order to do that. It really isn't, you really don't need to go that deep. Depending on what you do. If you're writing your own physics engine, then you might have to go deeper. If you're writing some like volumetric rendering stuff, you might need to go deeper there as well. But in general, like, you can get very, very far with just standard linear algebra. Because that's what you're going to be using most of the time anyway. Okay, the colors are incorrect here, and that's because I changed colors inside of the loop. Okay, so this actually looks, I think, mostly fine, which is concerning. This shouldn't look mostly fine. We need to go deeper. Do you see your skills transferring between similar fields and technicalities like interactive live music visualization or immersive art installations? There's some overlap there, yeah. I haven't really been doing that much, but I mean, well, I guess, I mean, all the stuff I've done on YouTube, or rather my like animated videos, that's not game development. Although I did do it in a game engine, like I do with everything else. So I don't know. I don't know if I can count that as like non-game dev, but okay, what do I want to debug? I want to check the index order of these vertices. That's what I want to do. Which means that I'm going to change these up a little bit. I know that the normals are verified, certified, fine. So I don't need to check that anymore. So I'm instead going to color these by axis. Or rather, like, not axis. I guess sort of. It's like the triangle axis. And I'm gonna set the font size. What's the default font size? Is it like 10 or something? I forget. 5 might be half of it, if we're lucky. Where's font size? Okay, after the string. Sure. Okay. So I want to draw the index of all of these vertices, like in order. So I believe that is the corners array. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do a for loop over the corners I dot vertex across dot count. That's the, actually, do we need the, yeah, we do need the, no, not vertex across. What did I call it? Vertices across. That's the one. Okay, so we're gonna put a little label on each of these. Is this advanced print debugging? When you put it like that, you make it sound like an insult. But I'm gonna own it and keep doing my cringe print debugging. Yes, that's what I'm gonna do. You know that meme of like a guy stepping on a rake and then the other guy that's like doing a skateboard trick and then landing on the rake again? I'm doing the skateboard trick right now. Yes. Okay, so... What? Okay, cool. There we go. Okay, okay. I think this should draw all the little labels. Do I want to offset it in some direction? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's fine. The meme you want is the bell curve one with just print debug on both ends. I don't know if... Is it big brain though? I feel like I should just learn to use the debugger. Especially, well, not always. Like in some cases it's useful, but in some cases I could just print. Okay, this font size I feel like is it's pretty big. I'm also printing the wrong ID. So we don't like this. Not quite there yet. We want to print v.toString, and we're going to set font size to... maybe 1 was default, actually, so I should have had 0.25? Okay, I really need to fix the thing where I click too quickly and then it just gives up on me. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. This actually looks correct. I thought the issue would be here, but this is cyclical. This is working the way that it's supposed to. Okay. Okay. We are getting closer to the actual issue now. So this means... Although then it's interesting why this one doesn't work. Is the blue 0 correct? Yes. This is a green 0 and a blue 5. And then we got the blue 0 and a red 5. These are blends. I thought we were working on chamfers? Chamfers? I don't know how to pronounce that. Well, wait, I don't know. I feel like I never learned what people mean by bevel versus fillet versus chamfer. I feel like they are all the same thing, just sometimes you have round and sometimes it's flat. In my mind, they're all the same. So... Excuse me. Okay, but the... that one is looking incorrect, so why is that the case? Is that because I negated these directions? I feel like last time I swapped those directions, it actually didn't make a difference. In general, blend fillet is for round and chamfer, chamfer, bevel are flat. But like, the flat one is just a rounded corner with one segment. That's how it works in my mind. But that might just be because I like polygon brain. If you're doing CAD, you have like actual circles. And so you would have a distinction between those two. I think that's why I'm mixing them up probably, because I'm not using CAD very much. So I'm really confused as to why negating directions doesn't make any difference. Am I actually not using the directions? Chamfer. Okay. Have you tried particle simulation and spatial partitioning? I've done spatial partitioning, but not in a compute shaders, and have I done particle simulation? I was almost about to do that in a recent freelance gig, but then they were like, you know what? This is gonna take too long. So we didn't do it. Okay, do I need to... I feel like I just need to swap these two. My what's it called? My spidey senses are telling me to just swap that. Just swap the cross product. And then we're good. No, I canceled it. Okay, bevel, and that did not make any difference whatsoever. Great. Did I actually recompile? I did. Okay. Also, I need to remove those debug logs because these logs are making it so sluggish to create faces. There we go. Okay, well, you know what? We're just gonna visualize some more stuff. We are gonna go back to the beveler and or like what, actually what's the one, what did I do differently? Right, that gets the boundary control points. Oh wait, I could just visualize all the points, right? That would be nice, I think. That might help. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So we know that these are probably fine. I'm just gonna change this one to show the axis colors so that we see which vertex is 0, 1, and 2. And then we are gonna draw all of the Bezier things. So we're gonna do draw dot, I guess we could just do disks. Yeah. At Bezier dot, oh boy. I think we want to do, oh god, I forgot the labeling scheme for, do I have that in here? No, I don't know if I made a labeling scheme. No. I remember there was a, or was it on, oh, maybe it was on Wikipedia actually. Bezier triangle Wikipedia. Yes, this was the labeling scheme. Beautiful triangle. It's a little hard to read, but you know, not every mathematician has to be artistic, you know? Okay, so how did I translate that into my terminology? Because I don't use that exactly. Right. Oh yeah, I labeled it. I even wrote comments so that I would remember. Why did I not? Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay, I feel like I should just like add this to my notes because I am. This is where I would go to look for it, and if it's not here, then I'm gonna run into the same issue again. We don't want that happening. Okay. Where do I put this? I guess it's related to all of this stuff. Everything is kind of like shoved to the side and not fitting in this whole document. So it's a little cramped. Okay. So for a Bezier triangle, we have a few points. So we have 3 proper vertices, and then we have some secondary control points, kind of like this. Let's make it a little wonkily shaped so that we get some. Or no, it's gonna be harder to read in that case. I don't want to go too far. Actually, yeah, because that's gonna confuse me. I don't want to get confused. This should be a clear labeling scheme. So let's just stick to symmetry here. And then there is one more, which is in the center. Then let's see, we are gonna color code this a little bit. So let's see, vertex 0. Right. So I guess it's kind of like this. I don't actually know like what order I put these in, but whatever order I put it in, it should be in this order. So at the end of the day, this is what I should be doing. It's ridiculous that we can't put drawings and diagrams in code comments. I have been wanting this for a very long time, but we just don't have the technology, you know? we just don't know how to do it. And the reason we don't know how to do it is because it doesn't make money. It's much more lucrative to like do something AI related maybe. That sounds cool and modern. So let's maybe add like an AI assistant instead of, you know, features. Because if you haven't heard, features are really expensive because you need to hire like a developer for a long time. They need to have domain knowledge and they need to stick around for a long time. Because like, what if you need, like, what if you need to put it on a junior later down the line? Then you need to train them. Like that's like super expensive. I think it's like much better to like spend that time on like an AI assistant that can like, I think the AI assistant can get you like halfway there. Regardless of how far you into the project, it will put you at halfway there. Even if you're at like 80% done with a project, the AI can guarantee you will be halfway done instead once you start using their new productivity tools. Okay, and then we have this weird vertex in the middle, which is also part of the whole. Okay. Do I connect these just like spiritually? Just to make it feel a bit more like a like a mesh type of situation. Maybe. I forget what the relationship was with the center point. I guess I could just draw some naive guesses just to like highlight the fact that it's connected to or related to these points and it's not just a random dot. Okay. So basically, the labeling scheme is kind of like barycentric coordinates. So we have, okay, we have, yeah, 3, 0, 0. Oh, this is a blurry brush. Why do I have a blurry brush? Excuse me? Okay. Okay, so we have 3, 0, 0, and then oh, you know what might be a mix-up here? The labeling scheme that I use has like a cyclical shape, but in the barycentric coordinates, it's like a dual type of relationship where like this vertex is related to these control points. But in my Bezier patch, it's more like this vertex is related to these control points. So it's a different type of grouping to do it this way, rather than kind of like grabbing it across the dual of the vertex. I wonder if that's the mix-up that I have, actually, that's causing the stuff to not work. Okay, so then we have 210. And 1, 2, 0. And then we have 0, 3, 0. And then... wait, yeah. 0, 2, 1. 0, 1, 2. And then 0, 1, oh, 0, 0, 3, I believe. And then 1, 0, 2, 2, 0, 1, 3, 0, 0. And then in the middle, we have 1, 1, 1. Actually, let's put the label here. Cool. Okay. And then just for clarity, I like clarity. Because each of these is basically a weight for how close to vertex 0 should we be. Those are the ones in red. And the number in green is how close should we be to the green vertex right here. So it's very much like barycentric coordinates. So that's how this labeling scheme works. It's not exactly how it works, but for cubic, you can interpret it that way, and it leads to the same results. So. Okay. I believe that's the labeling scheme. Oh, I forgot this one. Okay. I feel like there should be some kind of derivation of what the center control point represents instead of this works fine. There is a trying to remember exactly what it was, but I think basically from what I remember, okay, so let's say you have a, so like, let's say you have a Bezier curve, right? A cubic Bezier curve has 4 control points, right? So you sort of have this hole, and then you get a curve from the start to the end, right? Or the start to the end, whatever order you want to go. So this curve right here is a cubic, right? It's a polynomial where the highest exponent is 3. But if you, for example, use there's a way of constructing Bezier curves that's called the de Castelnu's algorithm, where like you can get intermediate points between all of these control points. So if you go like 25% along the way towards each point like this, then you can see that this one also can form like a shape in and of itself, right? Like the shape inside of these 2 points. That in and of itself can be a Bezier curve of 1 lower degree. So this curve would be cubic, but this curve is quadratic. And so you can sort of construct Bezier curves from the perspective of using these like lower order analogies. And I think that generalizes to 3D, where like you have your goal of making a cubic Bezier patch, but you can do the same thing where you like use a subset of all of these and you get a quadratic or a set of quadratic patches, I think. And then using those quadratic patches, you finally get the final cubic patch, right? And so I think this point is related to those intermediate patches. Yeah. And so there is a geometric interpretation for this. I just don't fully have it visualized in my head. But I found that like the location for this point in my use case for bevels and corners is to basically consider the planes formed by these 2 control points. If you imagine this being the corner of a bevel, right? These control points here, they form 3 planes. And if you intersect these planes, they're going to intersect at a line, these 2 planes. And then you get the 3rd plane, and that's going to intersect at a single point. That's where I place the central vertex. And that makes it align the derivatives along the edges. Yeah, and that was just like, I didn't even like mathematically verify that. That was just like looking at it visually, and I was like, oh, that looks correct for whatever like angle I have on this thing. But it sort of makes sense in the sense that like in a lot of spline cases, you do, if you want to align the derivatives with a certain other thing, usually you have some thing you need to align, like geometrically. And so that's what I just like tried until I found something that worked. Okay, we have our labeling scheme. Cool. So then I wonder, where do we go wrong? Are we mixing up these things? So we are passing, oh, hold on, let me rearrange this so that it's somewhat readable. No, I don't want to look at this all the time, actually. I don't need you anymore. I got my own sketch. I don't need you, Wikipedia. Okay, so we got our indices over there. Wait, I put a dot there. Are these 2 combined according to Windows? Yep, okay, cool. Okay. Because I feel like I probably have different standards here. Okay, let me look at half edge again. What? Errors? Really? Wow. Oh wait, I was gonna draw the control points. That's what I was gonna do. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds good. Okay. So we do Bezier dot. I guess I'll use the same color scheme as I did for my sketch. So we are gonna do draw dot color geocolors dot axis 0. I don't really have like an iteration scheme for these, so it's gonna be a little tedious, but that's okay. Sometimes life is tedious. Actually, you know what? We can reduce a little bit of tedium here by doing that. And then and doing that. 1 to 2, 2 1. Yes, okay. And then finally, central points. Okay. So what am I drawing? Spheres? Discs? Draw dot radius. What's a good radius? I'm in pixels, I think. Let's do 4. And actually, let's do spheres. And actually, let's not do transparent. Oh, axis 2. Yep. Thanks. All right. No cat ears and no cats in background is criminal? Where are they? Well, Salad's up there. Toast is in the couch. And Thor... He was in the cat tree over there before, but now... I don't know where he went. He might be sleeping in the trash pile I have in the corner of my apartment. I have a trash pile, and there's like crinkly paper there, and he loves crinkly paper, so he will like bury his face in there and just hang out amongst a pile of crinkly paper trash. Okay, yeah, this is super incorrect. Fascinating, though. Like ultra super duper incorrect control points. It kind of looks like a mix up here. If there was a way to get true cat ears in real life, would you get them? And if yes, as a replacement or in addition to human ears? Well, yes to the first one. The second one, I'm not entirely sure. There's like practicalities around like wearing headphones. And like hats, I suppose. Well, I guess hat's gonna be an issue regardless, but that's fine. I don't know if I would get the quad ears or the usual dual ear setup. I would have to think about that. Okay. I think I would get the dual ears, actually. If they're the right size and the location is where I want them to be, I think just the cat ears, I think, would be worth it. Yeah. Okay, so what do I debug next in order to try to figure this out? Because I think the problem is just that I have a different convention for labeling here, but then I feel like the way that but how do I access them? So planar intersection, this should not depend on the order. And these should all just be for setting the point. I feel like it's gotta be an issue here somewhere then. So what am I doing here? I am... okay, so... oh, this is calculating those points, right. Okay, so we are calculating... let's see, 210, that is up here. So 210 and 120. So it's these 2 points that we're calculating here, presumably the similarly situated points afterwards. And so the first one, we are getting that using the P1, which should be this one, and no, P0 and P1. Did those line up? I think they did. Yes, because, yes, they do. Because I never changed those indices. Okay. And then D0. So then the question is, where do I get D0 from? That should be the half edge direction. Maybe the outer corner point. Okay. Right, that's a shared axis, and that used that for the projection. But even these points were wrong, right? Okay. We're doing the full debug. We're going full debug mode. I guess I should use vector 3. Okay. Draw dot sphere at point. No. And then draw dot line from point to point plus direction times scale. And then draw dot text at this location. We want to draw the label there, and then font size. We're gonna set that just globally. Draw dot font size is 0.25. Cool. Okay. So now we're gonna do label direction corners I dot position, and then corners I. We know the normals are correct. I'd be able to just draw those just because why not? And then label, I can set that up later. So we need the normal and the direction. Is there anything else? I don't think so. I think those are the two I want to do. Yeah. Okay. So we want to do the index, I believe. Okay. Is that valid? Do I have my thickness set up correctly? 2 pixels, billboarded lines, radius is 4, font size 0.25. Okay, I think we're good. All right, okay. Am I not running the code? Or what? Wait, did I not recompile? I didn't recompile. Okay. Well. Nap time for me. All right. Have a good night. I'm gonna keep you on because this is fascinating. Is it though? I feel like I'm just flailing trying to figure out why my stuff is set up the wrong way. Okay. So, F is for face normal, and D is for direction. Okay. So, these labels are incredibly not useful because they're so tiny. Let me just grab the camera again. Where's my camera? I don't know where it is. Cam dot transform dot rotation, and then maybe make the font size a little bit bigger. I have not tried any kind of fast reload or hot reload. I don't know what kind of constraints it places on the code structure, so I'm kind of scared of them. Maybe it's fine. I just haven't dared to touch them. Once Freya does the bevel operation and it works, I want the chat to explode like when a streamer speedrun gets a record. That would be cool. Yeah, that's the society we should live in. But probably not. It's probably gonna be relatively mellow. Maybe get a comment where someone who just joined is probably gonna be like, why don't you just use Blender's code? Or something like that. Okay, we have labels. This is nice. Okay. So let's actually think about this now. So let's compare this to our little chart. Okay. think this is looking okay. Where did I put my... Oh, it's in the Bezier, cubic Bezier triangle code. Here somewhere. Oh, I did make a get control point function. Why didn't I make use of that earlier? Okay, boundary edges. So we are going from 300, which is at the top, 210, 120, 030, 030, 021, 012, 003, 003, 102, 201, 300. That's correct. Although that is not the edge scheme I use in general. When it comes to like indexing by edge, I use the dual for the rest of my code. So I feel like I should refactor my cubic Bezier triangle to use that same structure. I think that's the way that I should do it. In other words, the labels should remain exactly the same because that's not changing. But the edge that I consider edge 0, in other words, the red one, should be different. So let's first remove color here. There we go. Okay. So instead of this like cyclical thing where like, you know, the red vertex, red edge, green vertex, green edge, red vertex, or blue vertex, blue edge, I'm instead going to do a dual setup where like the dual of the vertex is kind of the edge on the opposite side. So like this is edge 0 instead of this being edge 0. So it's going to be the opposite side one. So this is going to be the blue one because that's opposite the blue one. And then this is going to be the green one because that's opposite the green one. This is the way that I set it up pretty much everywhere else except for this Bezier patch. And so I think that's what I should do. I should just refactor it to use that. So I'm just gonna color code it like that. I don't know if I dare color code the control points themselves. That feels a little spicy. Because then it's like red where the weight is the lowest. I don't know. It feels... I don't know. I don't know if I'm brave enough to do that. Or maybe I should. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to do it. I like the color cohesion. Toast alert. That's true. Toast. Hey. Toot, toot. It's Toast. His name is Toast. And he's very good. So be careful. Okay. Cool. So presumably everything is going to break the moment I swap these around. So basically this is not X, this is Z. Because it's opposite the Z axis. Is this just a shift? Probably, right? So that gets scooted down there, I think. Oh yeah, it's like it's moving up. And then moving that up there, moving that up there, I think. Is this correct? Okay, we have edge 0 from 030 to 021, 012, 003. Okay, so that's this one. And this is now the 0, 1. Okay, cool. All right. Wait, I should probably verify the other ones. Okay, so 003, 102, 201, that's the second one. Third one, 300, 210, 120. Yes, that's correct. Cool. Now that we've flipped this, everything's probably going to break somehow, one way or another. So what does get edge do? Oh, it just does edges. Okay, that's fine. That's going to work. Get linear edge midpoint. Linear edge mid. I guess I'm not using this one, but this code would be wrong now, I think, because if I want to get the midpoint of edge I, then I would need to get the midpoint between vertex I plus 1 and I plus 2. With this change, the comments on the member variables aren't correct anymore, right? Yes. Yes, because any place where I say edge, the index is different. Yeah, so I think it's 2, 0, and 1, I believe. From vertex 0, we have edge 2. From vertex 1, we have edge 0. From vertex 2, we have edge 1. That makes sense. Cool. So basically vertex 0 is start of edge 2. And this is start of edge 0, start of edge 1. Yeah, Toast has collapsed. He's just a little droplet in the cat spot. So it's a good spot. He wanted to be nearby, and so he just scooted on over. Okay. Okay, so what else do we need to change here? Calculate vertex normals. Okay. Wait, do I use those for anything? Oh, I have a get vertex normal. Okay. Fascinating. Okay, control point should be the same. Evaluate. I think that's all the same because I'm not using edge indices here. Okay. Kind of curious if... Is it just gonna work now? Now that we flipped this? In that sense, it's sort of like an auto antonym. Oh, how like duality can have two different meanings. I feel like that's the case with the word like original. Like I feel like original can either mean the common standard version, but it can also mean a unique version. And that I don't like that. It's kind of, that's wonky. Oh, it's still messed up. Okay, well, we didn't get a free fix for the bug. Unfortunately. Okay. So where is the... Oh, it's not in here. Oh, it's in here. Okay. Is the bevel beveling yet? Not yet. Well, it's beveling, just incorrectly. So we're working on the doing it correctly part. Okay, so if we are looking at this one now, so 210, 120, 210, 120 is the first one here. And that's using 0.0 and 0.1, which is correct. But I feel like the direction is not. I should have taken a screenshot of what I actually got here. I think the index of the direction is using one step too early. Okay, so we have 0 in the bottom left. Oh god, it doesn't align with my drawing. What? And the code passes P0, P1, and D0. So P0, P1, D0. Yeah, that's incorrect. That's not the value I want. So I believe we want D1, D2, and D3. No, D0, sorry. We do have debug info. That is one of the things you missed of me debugging my debug drawing so that I can get the debug drawing to work. Oh, we're Holmérs. Why do I have a window that's leaking out to a different monitor? Who's leaking? Chrome? Maybe? No? Or is Unity unleaking? Yeah, it's Unity that's not leaking. It's slightly smaller. Okay. Wait, did I recompile? I think it's recompiling now. I think. Maybe. Hopefully. Oh, I need to fix my camera base selection. Good lord. Hell yeah. Oh, I mean, hell almost. We're making progress, you know? It's slightly better. It's still a little depressed, but that's okay. So I feel like it's just the center point that's incorrect. But that should be based off of this. Oh wait, the directions again. Yeah, these directions. These directions. It's the directions. I just had those. It's probably just those. 1, 2, 0. Okay, now I think you can get ready to cheer. Maybe. Probably. Okay. Hell yeah, that's the correct shape. Ignore the lines. Pretend the lines don't exist, but I'm pretty sure the shape is correct. So I think we've fixed all the order stuff. Or no, have we? Actually, wait, this looks... It looks like it's kind of sagged inwards a little bit. Is this actually correct? Hold on, now I'm having second thoughts. No, it's don't celebrate yet. I just died right before the last hit on the boss, so I think this run failed. I think I could be wrong. Let us bring back the big debug situation just to see if this works. It's hard to tell with the lines. Yeah, they're a little distracting, but mostly focusing on the points for now. The half edge of your seat. You know what? The points are... The control points are actually in the right spot. This looks correct, so... Something else is wrong here. I mean, I guess it could just be my... No, this looks way too flat and linear. Or is it just cause like, it's just low tessellation and it happens to look flat in this particular case? It just looks weirdly flattened, but maybe it is correct. Are you planning on having a plugin system? Yes. I was initially not sure about it, but then Kyperia in chat said, oh, it's actually really easy to add modding support to your Unity projects. And so I was like, oh, good. So I'm just gonna ask Kyperia the moment she's got time and would want to help out with that. So I think we're gonna do it. Because it's basically gonna be a standalone product, right? And so any plugins you make is gonna be kind of like adding modding support to a game. So there will be a system for that. It just looks flat because it's a low resolution bevel. That's the thing I'm not sure about. It looks flatter even though that's what it is. I don't know. I guess it could be an illusion, but... Increase resolution, find out. That is a good point. Let's do that. The only tricky part there is that I need to remember where I hard-coded that. It's probably the beveler. Beveler. Create junctions. Maybe it's in the bevel junction itself? Here it is. Create vertex paths. It should absolutely not be in here. This is an extremely bad hard-coded location, so I'm gonna move that elsewhere. I guess maybe I can have a reference to the, like, beveler or something. Then I'll put it in there. In which case, I guess I don't need a direct reference to the mesh, because I can just turn that into a property. Beveler, no, but beveler.mesh. And then delete that. Okay. This would now be beveler dot... Why is it auto-correcting to the class? Oh, I don't have the subdivision count variable yet. What was it before? 5? I guess I'll just put it at 8 for now. Okay. I guess that is an input to the constructor, probably? Probably? Read only. There you go, safety. That's important. Gotta think about safety. It's an integer. I don't know why I wrote float there. Okay, subdiv count. Changing from odd to even might invite new problems. That is true. We are going for 9. Or no, wait, we should have a high number. No, 17 is a gross number. What's a nice odd number? 25? That's an okay odd number. I accept 25. Okay. So we want to assign that. 63? Nah. 23? No. 15 is pretty okay. 11? No. Nah. This? Okay. Beveler, subdiv count. I guess I feel like I should have a property for vert count per, or like subdiv vert count, which is subdiv count plus 1. Okay. Then, where did I access this? Where was I? Where am I? Am I anywhere? There we go. And then, where do I call this constructor? Of the, oh wait, this dot beveler. Okay, and then the constructor is here. Wait, oh, it's junction. That's not the constructor. Where do I, here, okay. Bevel action, subdiv count, here we go, 25. Um, 98 is definitely the most even of the suggested odd numbers. True. What are bevels? It's when you have corners and you want to make them a little smoother. Okay. So glad the named parameter but unnamed parameters afterwards feature was added to C#. Oh, is that not always a feature? It's a really useful feature. I love being able to label label stuff that's just like lone integers or whatever. How'd you make the UI icons? I draw them in Photoshop. Like I draw all of my diagrams, so they're just kind of scribbles. Okay. Definitely incorrect. It's kind of cool to see it though. I appreciate this. This is neat. This is a very neat, incorrect situation. Because it's like sticking out a little bit under. So it's clearly not quite there. It is round though, but it's round incorrectly. And I would guess that it is flattened as well. Because it kind of looks offset inwards. as a whole. Why is this going wrong though? Because the control points look perfectly reasonable to me. I don't think I got the control points wrong anywhere. Am I passing the wrong barycentric coordinates to it? But no, it doesn't even look like it's on the correct surface. Eh? Where? What? Why? Why is it like this? Because, like... I mean, my debug thing is probably going to be broken now. I love this. Hell yeah. This looks so neat. If someone comes into chat and they're like, what's this? It's going to be like a long story. It's going to be real rough to try to explain what's going on here, but it's cool. And that's all we need to know, I think. That's all we need to know. It's just neat. Just appreciate it for what it is. Okay, well, I don't know if I should try and get my test case to work again, or if I should just leave it as is. Just leave it and, like, just as a piece of art, you know? I do like it. It's a whole vibe. Perfect shuriken. It might actually be. This is actually the perfect aerodynamic shuriken. Nobody just ever thought of breaking a cubic Bezier patch to get this shape, but this is actually the optimal shape for thrown weapons. Maybe like if this is supposed to be spherical, we would take any point on our bottom arc, take the x and y chords, then use the z chords where that xy pair intersects with any of the other arcs. Generally, spheres are kind of difficult to generalize to any other situations than perfect straight angles. And I need to be able to adapt to any angle and intersection, so oh, you found when it was introduced in C#. Nice. C# 7.2. Huh. Which is relatively recent in Unity land, I suppose. Okay, well, this is kind of interesting then. So what, okay, debug, go away. So why is it going wrong in this particular way? Why is it, it's like overshooting. It's going too low. The thing that I don't get is how I'm getting points that's outside the convex hull of the Bezier patch. That should be impossible. This should never ever happen if I'm passing in valid barycentric coordinates. But like, I'm pretty sure I'm passing in valid coordinates, or am I not? Did I mess up somewhere? Or is the like evaluation function going to be different? Oh, maybe it is the evaluation function actually. How come there's no test to define what correct behavior looks like? Is testing harder in this graphics environment? Are you still in early stages of proof of concept? I have never done testing before, and I don't know how common testing is among game developers, because I have a game development background, even though I'm making an app right now, and so I don't know how testing works outside of that. I presume it's a lot more common for like any like systems that humanity hinges on in more ways than video games do. So I don't know how it works outside of there. I just don't do testing because I have too much to do, and I don't have time to write tests. Like most of the testing that I do is, it kind of looks like this, except it looks nice instead of broken, where like I set up these little visual tests to like make sure that my code is working ahead of time for stuff like this, for, you know, my barycentric coordinate stuff. Like I do little visual tests like this sometimes if I'm like not 100% sure if it's going to work out. But I don't do this for most things because it's a lot of stuff. Okay, I'm hearing probably Gumpy the cat, so I will be right back. I think she wants to get out of the bedroom, so I'll be right back. Gumpy, hello. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing points on a sphere. Because I need to handle intersections that are more complicated than that. So, what's a good example? Oh yeah, my mesh is broken, so I can't do that here. But let me just restart. So like, we could have a situation like this, and then I'm beveling this corner. Or like, we can make it even more wonky, like this. Like, let's say this is our situation, and we want to bevel this corner. And now the question of, how do I fit a sphere into this gets a lot hairier. So it doesn't make a spherical boundary, because it's kind of like, it's a sphere with like different radii depending on the edge and depending on a bunch of different factors. This was a useful test though, because now we get more information about how this is skewing. Interesting. Okay. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I'm just using the... Wait. These control points are definitely not correct, right? Or am I... Hold on. Because now they're very wonky. Like this red one, what's it doing out there? Because like here I would expect this weird bend looking at the control points. So maybe the control points are actually working, but then I don't get why the previous case had such a, like why it went outside so far. It's really bizarre. At least the points on the bevel are within the control points. Yeah. Yeah, in this case it looks like they probably are. I think. Okay. Would using the surface of a spheroid work? I'm gonna assume no, because in the literature I read about how to solve this problem, nobody has ever done that. And I think it's mostly like, I think it's mostly a case of spheres is a very special case, and usually you need more flexibility than that. And because spheres, that's usually fine if you have 3 points of contact, but the moment you have anything slightly more complex, it gets messy. Wait, tell Freya to answer my question at some point. Wait, what question? Shit, did I miss it? Where's anything? There's the chat. Oh my god, how do I focus the window without getting a bunch of... The question in your DM titled question. Oh, wait, am I DMs? Did I... DMs? Where did... Oh! There we go. Answer the question. Are the control points even working? Aren't they supposed to lie on the plane perpendicular to the bevel cut? Yes, they are supposed to do that, which they are not right now. So the control points are incorrect here. But the thing that I'm confused about is like the control points looked correct in the orthogonal case, but the points generated were incorrect, which is a little bit unexpected, or maybe it was just an illusion. Yeah, so I'm probably... Okay, I think I know where this issue might be arising. So I believe it's in this generator, because this is where I generate the control points. And I think I'm probably passing the wrong data in here. So we've got, looking at the red points, so this would be these 2 points that I'm generating here. That's this red point and this red point right here. So those should be lying on the plane between these two. But it is not. So I probably made some kind of assumption about the plane here between the two control points. So how would what would I do here? So I would get the vector between those two control points, and I guess just cross product with the one of the two face normals, and then I get the plane normal between those two. Yeah, that's what I want to do, I think. So, because I passed the direction in there, but I don't know if I should. Yeah, because now I project it based off of the... Oh yeah, actually you can see that that's what I'm doing here. Because this red point is perpendicular to the direction of the green one. And this red point is fucked, right? So we need to not do that. we need to make it not be incorrect. So we get the, let's see, direction from one control point to another, which would be this. Then do I even need the shared axis for anything? I feel like I need the I need one of the face normals, I think. Can I... Or can I use the direction? If I do the cross product between the direction... Yeah, I can do the cross product between the direction and the vector between those 2 points, and that will give me... No. No. I can't. No. I think I do have to use the normal. But that's okay. So, do I just not use shared axis? I feel like I had a concept in mind that is just maybe incorrect here. Okay, can I use the corner point to shortcut this? Probably not. Okay. I'm gonna rename this to P1 because or no, wait, because it's based off of local control point names. That makes sense. Okay, so instead of shared axis, I guess I should do normal 0. And you're orthogonal to the cross product of the normals? Yeah, but if it's flat, if the normals are the same, I think it's better to use the vector from one point to another, because then there's always separation there. Yeah. So what do we call this? This, we have, it's P0, P3, I guess, the vector from one to another. So that is this. Okay. So previously, I created planes from the point and the shared axis. But that's not the plane that I want to use. I want to use the... Yeah, okay, the planar direction, or whatever it's called. I don't know. Planar, plane normal, you know? So that's going to be normalize the cross product. Okay, so we want to do cross product between P0 to P1 cross the normal, but I feel like that's going to give me the reverse, but maybe that's okay. I guess the direction doesn't super matter for the plane projection. So yeah, that doesn't matter. That's okay. So we're going to do P0, P3, and the normal. Did I pass the? Oh no, we got it here. Okay. Okay. How do you even generate the vertices on the ends of the beveled edge if you don't even know the Bezier they lie on? Well, I mean, that's what I'm doing right now. Right now I'm defining the boundary Bezier control points. That's what I'm doing in this function here. I don't know much about coding, but this seems a fun way to learn it. Probably. Like doing visual stuff, I would always recommend for learning programming. I would not recommend making a 3D modeling tool as your first project, because that is that's a pretty unhinged project to make, even for someone who's experienced. I think I just keep this going throughout, I think. Okay, I'm gonna... I believe you said you're using UI toolkit and had to fight with it a lot. Do you think it's mature enough? Did I have to fight with it a lot? I think UI toolkit is really good. I've had a really good experience with it. There are some weird things around the priorities of CSS styles, if you want to have like anything carried over from the default styles, but generally it's been great. But the points already exist. How did you get them in the first place? I mean, not all the points already exist. I know the corners, and I know the tangent and normal directions, and then I need to work out the rest, pretty much. Beautiful. Oh, because I'm not passing in the normal. I just left it. Okay, this is what needs to change. So this is going to be the normal... wait, what did I call it? Oh, I'd never put it in an array. Okay, I guess I'll just do that. Okay, I think we just use the regular indices here. I'm pretty sure. Oh, that means that this is also different, right? I don't think I should ever use the directions here then. Or do I? Okay, I'm just gonna leave that. Worst case, we're gonna get funny looking shurikens again, so which is not that bad after all. Is it unhinged because of the math or the multitude of edge cases? Yes, both. Like it requires a staggering amount of math And if you want it to be financially viable to like make a product like this, you're basically competing with Blender, which is free, and very solidified industry standard stuff like Maya. So generally, it's a bad idea to embark on a project like this. Unless you have infinite money and you're doing it for fun, then it's fun to do. Okay, we are back to the original broken state, because this is still incorrect. Okay. Why are you programming in slop C# and not C++ and Unreal or OpenGL or Vulkan? Because I care about my own sanity, and I would like to get stuff done and enjoy programming instead of like constantly stabbing myself in the throat anytime I try to do anything. Okay. So I wonder if there's something about the way I'm evaluating it. Am I? But no, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be the data that I pass into it, because if it was, the control points would actually lie on the correct surface. They would just be distributed incorrectly. So I wonder if it's actually the like literal eval code in the spline patch that is wrong. Because that would explain why the control points look correct, but the result I'm getting is incorrect. So where is the not spline patch, cubic Bezier triangle, I believe eval. Here we go. Okay. This is where I want to have a key to like cycle the different permutations of like all of these, the order of all of these, because it feels like it's just a mix-up of one of those. But I did shift the edges. Oh, hey, Compo. Hey, Compy. Hello. Hello. Oh, okay, she's gone. Bye-bye. This is like right in the math. Well, this one is harder, because this one I mostly just copy-pasted from Wikipedia, so... I guess, I guess I can just try swapping things around and see if it's working, but it's so boring and annoying. Because I did shift the order of those directions at one point in the direction of... But like if they were shifted over, what would I see? I feel like if they were cyclically shifted, I feel like I would see the same shape. So it can't be a cyclical shift of the input data. So then I'm guessing it's got to be like a discrepancy between, or like I need to have a different, or yeah, there might be a discrepancy between like some of these indices and some others. Looks like an off by one issue. This project is full of off by one issues. Could be the order of control points. I don't know. I think the get control point stuff is all... I think that's the way it's supposed to work. Okay, well, I'm gonna try just shifting these. Or wait, does this matter? Because they're just multiplied together. Or no, yeah, it does matter, because it changes which control point refers to what thing. I just really feel like this should be correct, though. Because this should just be a, like a convex combination. And it's related to weights of the vertices, not edges. The thing that I switched was the edge indexing, but I don't feel like this is making use of edge indices. This is still just vertices, but I thought I didn't change those. Like, I think this is correct. And I don't think changing anything in here is gonna do anything positive. I guess I can try just for the heck of it, but it is just a complete guess. Oh wait, I feel like that's not it. It would be K-I-J, I'm pretty sure. Do you stream on Twitch at all? I used to stream on Twitch, but I don't know if I want to now. I'm not sure. I mean, the problem with Twitch is that it just doesn't make money. Like on my end, and so it's kind of just a time sink. Whereas on YouTube, once the VODs are up, like they actually get views and like money, and so like it's just more worth it for me to spend time there, or on YouTube. Financially, at least. Huh. Okay. Okay. That made no difference. I think I need to debug the Bezier patch in isolation, so I am gonna do that. Then we don't have to restart the whole thing every time. So let's find my trusty old weird shape. You know what? Maybe we got a clue already here. Or no, wait, because I probably use weird input data here. Never mind. Okay, Bezier patch test. Do I have... guess I'll make a folder just called tests. I usually need it. Great. C# script. Where's scripting? C# thing. Okay. What do I call this? It's just, I'm just testing the cubic Bezier triangle. Cubic Bezier triangle test. There we go. And then plop that there. And then wait for Unity to accept my offering. In the for each and triangle numbers, it seems like you're expecting 0, 1, 2 as indices so that the lookup and get CP works, yet triangle numbers goes from 0 to 3. Does it? But like, isn't that what I want though? Because I do want these numbers right here. So that is 0 to 3. So I'm pretty sure it's correct, right? Okay. Oh, my posture is awful. My posture is awful. Okay. Okay. Public cubed, no, override, draw shapes using draw.command, camera, and then, okay, we want a Bezier patch, what did I call it? Triangle, cubic Bezier triangle. Then we have a bunch of points. Okay. How many points is that? 10? 4, 8, 9, 10. It's 10 points. Okay, so we need 10 child objects. Wait. There we go. Are you reading the FAQ? where I said, I want to prioritize making destructive editing as nice to use as possible first. Why do you not want to have procedural approach? Because it is a lot of work, and I feel like if I have a good procedural system, but a bad manual editing system, I think I've failed. But if I have a good manual destructive editing toolset, but no procedural toolset, or a bad one, I think that's a success. Because I want to get the basics done well first. Maybe I'm going to do procedural stuff down the line, but not for 1.0. Your hair looks fire today. I have not showered for like a week, and it is awful. But it looks pretty good on camera, so that's good. And thanks. What am I drawing? I'm drawing something. What am I drawing? I'm supposed to be drawing patch thing. Okay, that's what I'm supposed to do. Sphere. The secret to good hair. This is not my hair. Like if you were to touch my hair, it's gonna be unpleasant. Like you could like take your hand and like scoop from my hair and then like slap it down into a frying pan and like cook food. Like that's how shitty my hair is right now. Okay. I guess, do I have a way of iterating just all the points in my Bezier triangle? I'm kind of annoyed that I don't have a good enumeration thing. Oh, I do have an indexer on it. Wait, what do I index in there? Edges. That's weird. Oh yeah, I guess I had the triangular number stuff. Yeah. I guess I can just make another shortcut for that. Of just all points. And then get how do I do this? For each thing in triangle numbers, and then yield, return this, no, this dot. Okay, can I not? Oh, I'm static, that's why. What? Get control point. There we go. Okay. IJK. Okay. There we go. Bezier dot all points. Split 3. Position. Wait. What's the return type? Oh, it's private. Okay. This is writer, which I believe is IntelliJ, right? What? Radius. I don't know. 5. No, 4. Okay. This should draw all the control points. Okay. Oh, I forgot to add execute in edit mode. And Okay, I have no clue which point is what here, so I'm gonna public fixed names, or public void fixed names, and then create context menu fixed names, and then I guess I want the triangular numbers again, but I made that private, so let's make that public. Triangular numbers. I guess we're gonna for each thing, and then we're gonna deconstruct, and then we're gonna have an integer for the objects, and then undo. Not my own undo. Unity's undo. Come on. Unity editor dot undo dot record object. Get child dot game object. That's the game object. There we go. What's the undo string? Okay, game object dot name equals. Guess we're doing strings. I guess actually I don't need the prefix. Let's do ijk. Cool. Wow. Amazing. Wait, why did I need the index? Oh, because that's the child index. No, I'm kidding. I'm lost. Oh no. Are you coding each individual possible point or a system to add and calculate points? If the latter, then how many gigabytes would the application be? Not sure what you mean by a large file size, and I'm not sure exactly which points you're talking about, because there's a lot of different types of points in this whole system. It's a lot. Okay, let me fix the names of these game objects. Come on, work. Hell yeah, look at that. Look at that. Isn't that neat? Wait. This in and of itself is kind of interesting though, because this is not what I expected. So the ladder, got it. Right now I'm not doing anything that would blow up the size into gigabytes of an application size, so I'm not sure what you mean by that, so probably not the ladder. Okay, so one thing that's kind of interesting is that this is actually not starting at X. It's starting at 003, which is the Z component, or the Z vertex. Are they not just sorted alphabetically? No. Fascinating. I wonder if this might actually be part of the issue, because yeah, I think I'm assuming, although maybe, is that actually part of the problem? Okay. Okay. This is kind of like it's kind of like an endianness thing of like, is X furthest to the left or furthest to the right? And my triangular numbers iteration starts from the right. But, oh, and I do actually use the triangular numbers iteration scheme here. It starts at x equals 0. Yeah, but not like the way that I would expect it to be sorted, right? Okay, I'm just gonna pretend. The order probably doesn't matter there, though. Maybe, yeah. Unless it's like I swap the order here, and then I keep the order somewhere else, so I don't, like, swap it everywhere. Because, like, when I call get control point here, I'm expecting this to be the weight for the x vertex, which might actually line up to work fine. But I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure. I need to test this. So I guess I should, at the very least, move these points because they are a little bit all over the place. And I can't see what I'm doing. Let's just make that look a little bit more nice. Where's our spline patch test? No, this is the one. Okay. Okay, so we are gonna do transparent for lines. And we're gonna set thickness space, draw dot thickness, 2 pixels, and then we are going to draw line. And I think I'm gonna basically try to make it look like this. That's what I'm gonna do. So I guess instead of doing the iteration thing I did just now, I'm just gonna explicitly do all the vertices. I think I already did that in here though, so I'll just copy that. Yeah, this. Let's just steal my own code, and then we've got that up and running. And then I want to draw lines. What's your keyboard model? It is, can I, here's my keyboard. Oh, there you go. That's my keyboard. Oh, is it dirty? It might actually be dirty. But it's kind of neat. It's like a chiclet style mechanical keyboard. I love it. It's called Mistel Air 1, I believe. Yes, it's got logo. There, come on, maybe camera. Focus, maybe. No, we don't like focusing. Focusing is for nerds. Come on. Oh, there we go. Good job. Mistel Air 1 is the keyboard. I know it doesn't have a numpad. It is a, there's probably a name for this type of layout. I don't know keyboard layouts. There's I don't know, people talk about the 60% keyboards or whatever. There's no F row either, so there's no F buttons, which is great. I love that because, like, if I want to do F1 or F2 or whatever, I hold caps lock, which is a key I never use, and then I press the number that I want. So caps lock 2 is F2. So caps lock is a modifier key for the top row. So like caps lock escape here, that's the button that's usually below escape. Yeah, it's great. I love this. How are you surviving without numpad? I literally only ever use the numpad when I'm inputting like my phone number or something, and I decided it's not worth it because I don't use it that much. The only thing I liked about the numpad is that it gave me a return key close to the mouse, which I actually sometimes used. But now that it's a short keyboard, I actually do have a a return key pretty close to there, so. And it's nice to have less keyboard on your desk. I don't like having a lot of stuff on my desk. Especially because it's usually full of cats, and having space for cats is always good. Okay, we're gonna do more axis colors. We're gonna draw these lines, basically. Couldn't live without F keys, though. No, you just hold caps lock 3 is F3. And it's just that it's right there. It's like more convenient than the F keys. Because like, you just have them. It's neat. Without taking up space. Okay, so I guess we just do Bezier 0, 3, 0. 2, 0, 2, 1, and then 0, 2, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, then 0, 1, 2, 2, P, 0, 0, 3. Okay. Next axis. We're starting from 0, 0, 3. So I think we're moving, no. Or no. 0 is in the center. 0, 0, 3, 1, 2, 2, 1. Yeah. Wait. No. Now it's same to same. That's not correct. 102. I think that's the one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, 300 to 210. So probably just move the last one. 300, 210, 210, 120, 120, 030, yeah. What's your bind for select next match? Control D is my select next match. Or I think it's called like add caret at next match or something. Okay. And then center one. I guess I don't have to draw lines to that one. Probably not. Probably not. The list of auto-named objects. List of auto-named objects? What list? Oh, like in the here, among the game objects? That's not intended, and that's what I'm gonna look at next. I just want to make sure that I got the points visualized first. So that I have a test case that I can work with. I guess I can try to align it with this one. Or actually, I feel like I should align it with the axes, but you know. Whatever, as long as it's readable enough, we are good. Wait, that was not the middle point. Oh, wait, that is weird, though. That one is named as if it's the middle point. Hold on. Does the middle point? Oh, the middle point is the last one. Oh, yeah, because the order that I pass the points into the function is not the same as the triangular number sorter. I think that's, yeah. Will half-inch have a choice of a coordinate system? Yes, I really want to do that. That's one of the things I'm super looking forward to. Okay. Well, this just made everything complicated. I can't follow my, what's a nice way to do this? Do I just, I guess I'll just put them in order and ignore my auto naming. As long as I have those names now, I can just like move them around. So I think I did a cycle here, right? Where I go around the whole thing. So 300, 210, 120. Yeah. 300, 210, 120, and then 030. And then 021. 012, 003, and then I believe it's gotta be 102, 201, 111. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna align these with the actual x-axis, the actual control points. Or the actual like basis vectors, which might actually obscure bugs at some point, but for now, I think that's okay. And then set everything else to 0, and the weirdo point, I guess 111. Wait, why is... Oh. Perspective. Perspective cameras. They're kind of weird. Okay, let's see. So, 300, 210. There we go. And then 120. And then that's the vertex. I've got that one, 012. 102, 201, and I believe we have some kind of sort of valid test setup here. This took way longer than I thought it would, but that's okay. You know, sometimes life takes a while, and it's better for life to take a while than to not have a life, you know? There we go. Cool. Wow. Look at this irregular, weird little shape. Okay. What do I do next? I wanted to test the interpolation. I guess I can just add a barycentric coordinate and just slide around. I think that's a good start. So range for x, I guess. Or like, let's call it u and v. U, v, that's not v. And then we've got W, which should be auto-calculated. Are those vertex and line colors not matching up? Oh, wait. You're right, they're not. Okay. So from 300 to 210, yes, it's my colors that are wrong. So this should be 2, 0, and 1. No, wait. The lines should be 2, 0, and 1. Good catch. Thank you. Still not correct. Cool. Okay. 3. Oh, wait. Hold on. What am I doing? This is the cyclical point coloring, which I'm not using anymore. Oh, because I copy pasted this from my own past. Okay. Well, then we don't need the vertices because those, or no, wait, we do. They just kind of should be in a different place, I suppose. Okay, well, on the red axis, we need 0, 1, 2 and 0, 2, 1, which that's these two. And then these two are now orphans. We need a home for those. 210, 120 is in the z-axis. So that is down here, and then we need to put these here, I believe. I think that's correct. Why don't you add breakpoints to debug? Because I don't like using debuggers, and the things that I'm visualizing is usually more geometric in nature, so I don't know how much that would help. Wait, am I still doing this wrong? 030 should be green. 102, 201. Wait, that should be correct. Am I stupid? Did I? 300, 210. These lines should be blue. So the lines are incorrect. So 030, 021. Oh, this one should be red. Oh, okay. Well, I guess this one I got correct the first time around. Is a classic. As long as you have like an even number of sign errors, you're gonna end up fine. Didn't you set it up rotated? No, not anymore. I changed it to a dual layout, so I think that's why. Because I was copying and pasting my old code, which was using the cyclic variant. Or I guess both are cyclic, but the adjacent instead of opposite setup. Okay. Let me just make these points bigger, because I feel like they're almost invisible. Radius, I don't know, huge, enormous. Wow. Readable points. You love to see it. Okay. I think right now this is looking pretty good. Okay, so what do I want to do in here? I want to probably draw every point on the surface. Let's just do that. So I think I can just do for each barycentric, and then maybe, or did I put that in my math? Triangular, barycentric, triangular coordinates. There we go. What kind of subdivision? I don't know what we used last time. 25, I think. And then we want to draw smaller spheres. So we want to change the radius to be slightly smaller. Let's do 6. And then point. And then I guess we just do draw sphere at Bezier.eval at that point. Cool. I guess it's more of a coordinate than a point, so let's call it C. Okay. Come on, show me some points and not a shuriken. I want to see a beautiful, smooth... Yeah. This looks pretty alright. Well, this looks correct. I mean, apart from the color that I forgot to reset. Let me just set the color. And I want some anti-aliasing on these. Disk geometry. Billboard. There we go. This one looks promising. Yeah, I think we're getting somewhere. Set different tension for each axis, please. Yes, sir. Yes, master. Give me a moment. Does this satisfy you? Is this adequate? And then we got the weirdo point in the middle. But it is a little bit weird that this is working so well. What is going wrong then in my bevel code? Does it have something to do with like the fact that they're kind of skewed sometimes? No, I mean, this is like lining up exactly as I would imagine it would. Like, this is all looking fine. Could it be that the flatness in the bevel code is caused by choosing the wrong central point? I don't think so, because the central point, I believe, doesn't affect the boundary points at all. Yeah. See how the boundary is perfectly fixed? Although, hold on. Wait. I think the problem might actually be almost that problem, because I don't think I generate the boundary using the same math that I do to generate the surface, which would lead to a disconnect between those two. But that still doesn't explain why the points go outside, because the central point, like, I would have to push it to an extreme, right? Like, I need to like really shove it into the wrong place to get an incorrect result, right? At least one that undershoots. You did the boundary in a different step. Why was that? For historical reasons. So that's just not intentional. That was just because that was the thing I did first, and then I did the cap filling afterwards. But like unifying those two would be good, so that like the boundary thing that I do should just use the control points of the cap. So really, I should reverse the way that I did this. I should generate the cap first, And then I can connect the flat sections, because now we did the flat sections before the cap. Okay. Are the Bezier control points calculated based on the boundary points? Yes, depending on what you mean by boundary points, but I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. So like the corners of this triangle, those are pretty much trivially there. And then the rest I need to calculate. Yeah, okay. So I guess the problem is probably just that I calculate the boundaries. I feel I mixed axes and control points somewhere. Well, that might be the case, but exactly where is the problem, if that's the case. What happens when the control points are in the wrong order? Like if I just swap two of them, or... Did I actually visualize that? Okay, let's just swap these two. Well, it does undershoot, but not in the way that we saw happen in the bevel. At least if we swap those two. It's not, I'm not calculating normals from the Bezier patch right now. So it's not the normals. Or do you mean the input normals that I use? But yeah, I should look at where I do the boundary, because I am like 99% sure that's incorrect. For the yellow control point, it doesn't look like that was the issue, because I can't find a place for the yellow control point that would give that type of behavior. Unless it's like a combination of both the yellow one and the boundaries are wrong, which that could still be the case. But I'm pretty sure I visualized all the control point locations and it looked fine. I mean, I guess I can just press play because I'm pretty sure I still got that running. Yeah, this is correct. The yellow point is in the correct spot. I still don't understand how we can, like, shoot outside. How? How? Okay, I need to double check my input data to those. Because... Ooh, actually... I think I know what it might be. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's probably that. It's probably that. Where is it? Okay, I got my Bezier. And then I evaluate it. And projected. Or wait. Or maybe not. Debug session so captivating after your bedtime. Is this captivating? Oh no. In the orthogonal case, the curves were overshooting in a convex pattern. In the skewed case, they were overshooting in an S shape. Maybe that can be a clue. Maybe. But like the thing that really baffles me is I'm getting points outside of the convex hole. So I had an initial guess that my initial guess was that I was passing non-normalized barycentric coordinates into the eval function. Because if the coordinates are not normalized, we would see this type of like shrinking towards the center. But I'm pretty sure these are normalized. I guess I can just like normalize them just to double check. Okay, I'm gonna try that. So we're just gonna do bary divided by bary.x plus bary.y plus bary.z. Let's see. They are definitely outside, yes. Like, if we look underneath, these points right here are definitely outside the plane of the control points here. Okay, so now we've normalized it. And right at this moment is when Thor decided to show up. Hello? Hello? Okay. Hello, mister. Hey, oh, that's my keyboard. Do not step on the keyboard. No. No, no, no. Okay, so it's not a normalization issue. Okay, I feel like I'm getting less and less clarity. Do I have multiple Bezier shapes? What is happening? How? Okay. I need to double check that I'm drawing these correctly. Am I actually drawing the data that I'm looking at? Also, I feel like I should just copy the debug code I had from this place. Okay, I have a cat over my arm, which is making this a little tricky. Mister? Well, we're kind of stuck now. It's just cat right now. He's just sitting, like, he's just loafed directly across my arm. And so I'm kind of, I only have one hand free right now, which I guess I can have some tea. The part that's going outside the convex hull seems to be from the second row of Bezier vertices. The plane of vertices on the edge do seem to match the control points. But the vertices on the edge, I believe, are generated separately. I'm pretty sure they still are. So those are not... We can't use those as a reference, because I think I just never unified that. I never unified that code. So if there's like a tiny gap between here, I think that's okay. Wait, I'm not showing you. If there's a gap between the boundary of the mesh here... Oh wait, why did... Hold on, do I have other issues here? What? Oh, because it's probably because my mesh data is corrupted right now. Yeah, if there's a gap between these two, that's... I think that's expected right now, because I changed the code for the patch without updating the boundary code here, because the boundary code I did separately. But yeah, I wanna draw the lines there so I can actually see the more useful information. But it's really hard when there's a cat in the way. Mr. Thor.
Hey. Hey, buddy. I love you, but you're a little bit in the way. Yeah?
You're a little bit in the way, buddy. Hey. Hey, Thor, say hi to stream. Yeah, that's your punishment for being in the way. You need to say hi to stream. You need to say hi to stream. Look at stream. No? Well. And immediately he turns around and he's like, ooh, I want to come back. Okay, I see a bit of a void, so let me give you a backdrop. There you go. Now you can see Thor. He's very camouflaged, so. Okay. Mister. Like, he knows he gets attention when he's specifically where my arms need to go in order to get work done. And it works, see? Like, he's getting validation now for his disruptive behavior. Yeah? Hello? Yeah? Oh, he's still here, by the way. See? Good. Here you go. Backdrop. You can see the silhouette of this void man. Okay, old man. Can you maybe move to my lap at the very least? Yep, let me get a lap ready. There you go. Come on. It's good. Come on, Thor. Come on, buddy. Now he's cuddling the mic. Mister? Since the outermost row of vertices comes from another calculation, should the corner Bezier produce that same row again and overpaint, or does the corner skip row 0? Well, it does skip row 0. The patch, I believe the points that we're seeing does skip row 0, yes. So like this visualization, so like these vertices, the outermost vertices here, these are all generated separately. So we can't really expect these two to line up right now. The points in here, this is not the boundary. It is one row inwards, or like one layer into the patch. And as you can see, those are going outside of the convex hole. And so the thing I'm looking at is not the fact that they go like beyond these vertices in particular. The thing that I'm looking at is that it goes beyond the plane of this red vertex, this control point, and this control point, the red dots, and this point right here. The fact that these points are on the outside of that should never happen. That's the thing that's really weird, because we're not seeing that in my test case. Like in here, they're all inside the convex hole. And it's like, it's kind of hard to get it to go outside even. Why can I not move this point? Yeah, I don't know. I guess if they're not convex in and of themselves, but try render the surface? Not sure what you mean by render the surface. But yeah, I'm gonna copy the debugging, so I'm gonna make a function for that. Oh, there's still a cat in the way. Mr. Thor. I want to use the keyboard. Yeah? Thor. Hello. Yeah? Yeah? Come on, Thor. Hop into my lap instead. That's why it feels like an input problem. Yeah, it kind of does. That's a good point, actually. I should try... Ow! You have claws, buddy. You just poked my face. That kind of hurt. Mr. Thor. Hey. Mr. Shenanigans. Yeah? Yeah? The problem is that it's adorable. Like, the fact that he does that is very cute. But it's also kind of annoying. But it's so cute, so I can't, like, be angry with him. And he's like an old man. He's 17 years old, so, like, who am I to judge? He's gonna be a little scrunkly and wonky, you know? Hey. Mister? What? Now he's flicking his tail as if he's annoyed, but he's also purring. Like, what? Or maybe he's just generally excited. Maybe this is play for him. Slightly bothering. Mr. Thor? Mister? Ow. Ow. Okay. I thought I cut his claws. I cut his claws like a few days ago. Did he manage to sharpen those already? Oh my god, I might actually... I think I was pierced. Hold on. Ow, that hurt. Okay. Okay, well. Okay.
Hey Thor. Hey. Yeah.
Yeah, I bothered him a little bit, so I guess we're even now. Is draw.line your custom library Unity stuff? That is my custom library. It is on the Unity asset store though, so it's called shapes. So if you wanna draw shapes in Unity, go to wherever the Unity asset store is. Okay, but there is an interesting point that it could be the input data that's somehow wrong. Because in this case, I'm like getting like triangular coordinates generated from this function, but that's not what I'm doing in my actual bevel case. So I wonder if I should try changing that. Oh yeah, I was gonna unify the debug draw. Let's do that first. Let's public static void debug Bezier triangle. Can easily render row 0 as well instead of skipping it, or would that be too great of a change? I can sort of do it. The only, well, I can do it for the debug draws, but the, like in here, because this one is rendering row 0, but in game, or when I'm doing the actual bevel in practice, I'm assuming that the first row is already generated. So I don't need to add those vertices. I guess I can like hard code that back in, but okay. Debug function. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, using draw.scope. And let's see. I guess we shouldn't always do all of those, or maybe we should actually. Let's make those dots a little smaller. And they can serve as a proxy for the correct surface. Let's have a little more of them as well. Let's put it at 47. So we're getting the vague impression of a surface, even though it's just dots. See, this feels like a surface, right? Look at this surface-like object. Is the cat hungry? Nope, he wants to go through the mesh gate that I have. Okay. So I believe I'm just gonna paste those there. So my apartment is currently divided into 2 sections because I am fostering a cat that I found outside a couple months ago. And Thor wants to go to the other side, and he's not allowed because he's still a little bit too grumpy and aggressive with the foster cat. And he's upset because he can't go through. Is that Grumpy? Oh, the foster cat is named Gumpy. That's her name right now. So, because she herself was kind of gumpy at my cats, and so Gumpy became the nickname for her, our little foster cat now. Okay, cool. We have a debug view. Do I want to be a little bit special, maybe? Draw some labels on it as well. Okay, can I do that? Is that legal? Like if I do draw dot text at the same position, and then I guess I should set font size as well. What did I set it at previously? It was like 0.25 or 0.5, I think. Wait, am I... Is there text here? Is it just smaller? Oh, because I'm not making it face the camera. How do I do this? I guess I'll just pass the camera in. If you increase the subdivision count of the broken cases while the overlap area gets smaller, that would mean that the error is tessellation dependent. Potentially. Wait, what did I do wrong? Oh. That makes sense. Come on, give me some labels. Give me labels. The labels are overlapping the control points. Horrible. Fine, I'll generalize it. Fine. Something like that. And then we do that, and then we do... We got the position, we got the label, and then we substitute these. Okay, and then I want to do a different position, so plus scam dot transform dot up times the font size. Wait, why not? What? Oh, wait, this is not position. Whoops. Oh, because... Okay. And maybe like draw dot text align. Wait, no. Bottom. Cool. Wow. Can I see my labels now, please? Can they stop overlapping my control points? That is, they are way too high. They're kind of out there. Let's multiply that by 0.1. Thor? Yeah, that's my leg. Cool. Wow, we have a somewhat usable visualization now. I'm spending more time visualizing this than actually coding. Okay, we have a generalized thing. Now we're just gonna plop it into our use case. So this is gonna be interesting to compare. I don't need, yeah, it's substituting this. That's what it's doing. So, cubic Bezier triangle test, debug Bezier triangle, camera, what? Bez. Finally got your company to buy a bunch of shapes licenses? Hell yeah, nice. I was wondering if the control points should be the color of the opposite corner, like in the debug thing. Yes. It should be. Yeah, you have the Z control points, and then the opposite should be Z. So we have Z here, and the opposite is Z colored, right? Like blue. And the order is the same cycle. So it's like left-handed. Yeah, Z, X, Y. Z, X, Y, yeah. The one that wasn't working? Well, we'll never know. That could be because I changed the... ordering. Actually, is that why they're not working? Because we changed the order at some point from the cyclical to the dual. Okay. There's a lot happening here. Yeah, the smaller dots are definitely following the shape that I would expect. They do have a discrepancy with the boundary, but that's an unrelated issue. I am certain of that. So that one we can ignore. Or at least I think so. I mean, unless somehow the evaluation code doesn't match the Bezier, but actually, should it? Thor. Yeah, hey, what's up? Mister. You can't go visit Gumpo. No. You're too aggressive with Gumpy. Yeah. Yeah, you're too aggressive with Gumpo. Because I'm also thinking, like, what if I just do a regular cubic Bezier along this edge? Does that line up with the Bezier patch? Because, like, it should. But if I got that wrong, then a lot of things could break. I guess that's one avenue I could test. Is there a reason you're checking with so many subdivisions? Well, it's mostly because I wanted to get a surface-like object. That's why I have so many dots. For the smaller dots. The big dots, I guess I don't have to use that high of a subdivision. Are we sure the control points for the corners are the same as the straight sections in the first place? No, I don't think they are, but I'm pretty sure that's an unrelated problem right now. Because that's not the thing that I want to solve right now. The thing I want to solve is like the mystery of why the heck these points are outside the convex hull. Because these points are generated from these control points. But yeah, someone mentioned that I should test with the input data, and I should also Where do I do the actual points? Here. I am using my weird Bezier average algorithm thing, and maybe that doesn't scale to a lot of points. So what if I just go back to the naive variant? What if that makes it work? I think it mixed up an axis somewhere. I feel like the errors I would get would be significantly bigger if there's an axis mix-up. And like, where would that axis mix-up be? Because the patch itself looks fine when I'm debugging it, like in isolation. Oh shit, that might actually be it. Because this is working. This looks correct. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Well, that was an annoying wild goose chase for a very silly thing that didn't work. Oh my god, okay. Can we cheer now? No. Not allowed. Because you missed it, what was it? So... Oh shit, I should not have disabled that object. Oh boy. So the Bezier patch is fine. The way that I get the way that I generate the barycentric coordinates, I have had different methods of generating that. So one of them is like a naive interpolation. The other one is to like do a projection. And then the third one is like a Bezier curve averaging thing, which I thought had a nicer distribution. But I think this overshoots at high values of n. Yeah. Oh my god, that's it. Yeah, as soon as we go higher, it starts wandering outside. That was the problem. That was sneaky. That was really sneaky. Okay. So I guess it's like my weirdo Bezier averaging thing generates barycentric coordinates that are probably still normalized. They're just outside the range of that one. Good lord, this was sneaky. Because I would not expect this one to wander outside. But I guess it does. Dang. Okay. Is naive correct? The boundary lines of the comic soul is respected, but the second edge inward seems to be offset inwards. Wait. What? The naive one? I mean, both of these work, right? Naive and projected. It's mostly a matter of like, which one do I like the most in terms of distribution of vertices? Okay. Well, we change it to the projected version because that one looks better than the naive version, I think. So let's just try that. Aren't you looking for a Catmull-Clark kind of output for your point spacing? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, I know what Catmull-Clark is, or some of the things Catmull-Clark refers to. But that's usually like a subdivision scheme for generally square patches of cubics. But I'm not doing a square patch, and so I don't think it really applies here. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Well, then I am guessing I need to unify the boundary calculation with the patch calculation. Actually, didn't I already have... Hold on. Don't I already have that data in the corners? Don't I have like the curve, the Bezier? Oh, corners 0. Get vertex arc. I literally have the function to get the vertex arc. Although that one is using the wrong direction, I think. I was thinking you were kind of trying to make one of the 8 corners of a quad sphere. Well, I mean, sort of in this particular case, but like Catmull Clark is a subdivision scheme, and that generally works with like power of 2 subdivisions, right? Which is not what I'm doing in this case. In this case, it's like I need to subdivide it by n, so like any number of subdivisions. And it's for a bevel function. It's not for like a general like sub-D mesh smoothing type of thing. But okay. Okay. So I guess... But what did I do differently though? Because I kinda feel like the... Which one is the most circular? Like, is this boundary more circular than the inner one? It's kind of hard to tell. I feel like the outer one is more circular than the inner one, but I could be wrong, but did I actually... Because I've got to account for that somewhere when setting the tangent lengths. Trying to eyeball circularness? That's the idea for those, yeah. Can you make it work for fireside 2 bevel iterations and then work backwards from that? I feel like that's adding more problems than I need. I think it's easier to just do it from the start, I think. Salad, hello. Okay. I guess I should just... are the edge bevels also Beziers? Shouldn't those Beziers be just duplicates of the corner triangle Beziers? Yes, it's just because I did the flat section first, and I'm now doing the corner. I have a different method for that, and so I just ended up having 2 separate implementations. I just feel like the circularness of these 2 should look about the same, but... Did I evaluate those? I guess... inner looks more circular to you? Well, I don't really have an orthographic view in half edge yet. Hold on. Try adding a circle for reference. I guess I could, maybe. Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Alright, it might be difficult. We're gonna try. Is this visible? It's visible. Hell yeah. Okay. Alright. Alright, we got this. So. Gotta give it a little color. Okay. Okay. Kinda doing this blind here. Well, the actual offset I used is probably a nice round number because I probably just typed in whatever. And the initial corner location was grid snapped. So this is the corner location, I think. Okay, so what do we guess for the radius? 0.15 is this reasonable? Although, wait, it's not the radius. I did the... Or no, that would be the radius. Never mind, yeah. Okay. 0.15 maybe? Maybe that's reasonable. And then on the z-axis... Is that it? And then x... minus... No, plus... Oh, wait. That was not 0.15. Wait, it's not 0.15. Shit. I can't undo. Wait, there we go. I mean, I probably have the exact value somewhere. I just need to like find where I put that value. It's gotta be in the splitting, separate create paths, edge inset distance. That's the one. Bevel distance. That's an input here. Inset distance is an input there. It's 0.2. Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay. This is probably one of the more tedious things I've had to debug for a long time. Wrong direction. We did it. Oh shit, the inner one is actually more circular. Wait, that's low-key way more circular than I thought it would be. Damn. That's pretty close. Alright. Neat. Well, good. In that case, I can just completely ditch the whatever separate, like, generation I had. Are there some kind of floating point shenanigans happening where the disk is, like, shaking a little bit? I think it might be the, I think that might just be that I don't send the correct camera parameters to it. But okay. Anyway, cool. That means we basically we've figured out the problem, I think. Now it's just a matter of implementing it, right? Just. So, we're not going to debug the disk. Nope. I'm not going down that rabbit hole too. Okay, maybe we'll decrease our subdivision count just to have something a little bit more hinged to look at and not like a mess of every point in the universe. Okay, let's just look at what we got now. Oh, we got an unrelated bug. Let's just ignore that. Fix the edges or add polygons to the surface? Yes, in that order. Okay. It's a little more sparse now. That's good. So we are going to make these linear segments not be generated separately. So I guess that means we are going to do... Why is this called split and inset when it's doing clearly more stuff than that? Bad names. Okay, apply bevel, separate and create paths. This part is the creating paths part. So that's the thing. Oh, you know what? I just realized there is actually a case where I need to create a path without a patch. Which there's multiple cases of that, but like this is one of them, right? Yeah. Okay. But that's okay. I guess I could just... I mean, I guess I could keep the code. It's just that I just need to share the code that generates the boundaries. I think that's what I need to do. Or rather, that's one of the ways of solving this, which would require less code change, which is nice. So maybe we're going for that. So create vertex paths. Or no, actually, let's go to the spline patch. This is the function that creates the actual boundary Bezier curves. And I believe this is the load-bearing function for that. The only thing I need is the outer corner point. Which is fine, I think. I think this is just this is the function I need, basically. Yeah, I need to call this one inside of the boundary generation. Oh, in this case, it's Salad who's meowing. Also, have you seen Thor or Toast in the background? That's my son right there. That's Toast. He's just a little droplet. We know the generation of the patch is rigorous now. The good part of serious debugging. Yeah, I guess we confirmed that that part is working, which is good. So I want to generate the boundaries in the edge bevel, not the patch, since the edge is always there, but the patch might not be. Yes, that's what I'm thinking, because otherwise I have to like do a special case when there's no patch. So as long as they share the same path generation, we're gonna have consistency. And yes, I am coding this in C#. Okay. Okay. Let's go to the place where I generated. Here, get vertex arc. This is incorrect. We're not doing this anymore. Oh yeah, because this is a hermite, cubic hermite. Okay, that's why I was a little bit confused here. Okay. So a P0 is position, P1 is vertex across. Don't need this anymore. And we're gonna have... We're gonna need a corner position, which is gonna work fine, I think. The 0.2 hard-coded value for the circleness of the bevel. It's not a circleness parameter, but I mean, that is something I could add, yeah. Okay, so this is the function I want to call. Actually, where does that live? Like, where did I put that? Is that in spline patch? Yes. Oh, Toast is moving. Look, Toast. Toast is doing stuff. Oh, no. Oh, you see, he's adjusting. Oh, no, he's... Okay, he's back to napping. Look at that toast butt. You got a big toast butt. What happens if width of the bevel is greater than the width of the face? Who knows? You messed up. That's a you problem. That's a skill issue. I'm just gonna pop up like the Dark Souls you died across the screen as soon as you try to do that. Because I can, because I'm making this in a game engine. I can just like do whatever video game stuff I want. You're gonna lose all of your souls. You're gonna have to run back to the 3D model you made. It's gonna be like a real gauntlet when you try to do that. Okay. So spline patch dot get everything. Okay. P0, P1, normal. Face normal, I think. And then the corner point. Okay, that one's a little more spicy. How do I get that corner point? I guess it's the... because there's a plane defined by... Yeah, hold on. Okay, so... Every 3D application needs an achievement system. Okay, so... So I'm kind of doing an overkill corner point here. Oh no, I actually have to do that. Oh no, I think I do. I need to know the corner point across all three of them because that's what I use for the patch. It's gonna be a little bit, ooh, this is a little bit hairy because I don't want to have too many like hard-coded special cases. Because like this is one step of, you know, 3 bevels meeting at a corner. That's just level 1. Level 2 is going to be n number of edges are meeting at a corner. So like this is the basic one. This is the easy one. And then we're going to have to do like a generalized version of this. And so eventually there's going to have to be a way for me to get the profile curve of any given bevel. But I think those profile curves, I have to generate that with the cap. By corner point, do you mean the yellow point? Yes. Isn't it the average of the corners? No. The average of the corners is inside of it here somewhere. So this is not the average. How does it look on shapes that are not 90 degrees? I think it looks pretty good. I'm pretty sure all of that stuff is generalized already. I can try. And yes, the corner point is used in that function. Okay. Wait, I was gonna do non-90 degree, that's why I did this. There we go. Zoom. Oh, damn, look at the yellow point here. That is deeply unexpected, actually. Wait, how did that happen? The other points I think are correct, but the yellow one I don't agree with. I think it's incorrect. Let's see, we got this plane, which intersects with that plane, which should be, or maybe it is correct? Oh my god, it might actually be the correct intersection point. No, no way. Hold on, no. No way, no. No. The yellow point is in the wrong spot. We got an alert, critical alert. Yellow point in the wrong spot. We're coming back to this later. To do. Later. Alter. Where were we? Spline patch here. Green control points seem wrong too. That's true, actually. This control point is in the wrong spot. But why is everything else in the right spot? Why is it only one? Or am I stupid? Is it? Yeah, I feel like this is the only control point that's in the wrong spot. Why would it go there? Is it? Yes. Because this point, or the direction from 300 to 201, that direction has to be tangent to this face right here. But it's not. It's skewed downwards, right? So this point is not aligned with this face. But I think every other point, these two, they're flush with this face, right? These two, they're not flush, actually. The red one here is not correct either. But this green one is fine. Wait, so is this blue one also not fine? Oh, is it going slightly too high, actually? Okay, okay, yeah, I think we might actually have a consistently incorrect control point there. Okay. Which learning resources did I use? I mean, I don't know, Wikipedia for the most part. Sometimes like papers. There's a lot of different places, but mostly Wikipedia and just whatever math papers I can find on whatever topic I'm researching. How's the phone vibrating? So, okay, so I wonder if I need to like pass both normals into this. Maybe I do need both of them. I thought that was your phone. I'm sorry. I've been watching this other streamer, and they have the exact same phone as me, which most people don't have, and it's really jarring whenever he gets like a text or something, and I'm like, that's my, wait, no. For some reason, my brain doesn't feel like I need both normals, but maybe I do? It feels kind of silly. But yeah, maybe I do need both of them. Because, like, if I don't have the normal, I don't know if I have any way of knowing what the other point should align with. I have to have the normal on both sides, right? Still feel like 300, 201, 102, and 003 should be equidistant. Wait, 300, 201, 102. Oh, like the distance between these two? I'm not paying too close attention to that now. The fact they're off plane is a bigger issue, so I should look at that first. Because then the adjustments for the spacing and the tangent lengths, that's kind of like a secondary thing to fix. Was Toast doing stuff? Oh, he was adjusting a little bit. Okay. Good job, Toast. Good job. Yeah, good job, buddy. Good job. Yeah, good job, Toast. Toot, toot. Can it do Boolean? Nope. How do you determine the position of the seam edge between edge bevels and corner bevel patch? Seam edge between edge bevels. Like where I put these edges? Or... So these edges, I'm pretty sure right now I just have a fixed distance from the original edge. That's how I do it right now. So it's not based off of radius or curvature. It's just a fixed distance, which is a lot easier to solve. Booleans is in a very far distant future, yes. I might add some like very simple booleans, like a planar cut. Like you define a plane and you just cut that plane, or maybe a cube if I'm feeling extra spicy. So you can like carve cube shapes out of other shapes. And honestly, I feel like that's most use cases anyway. I feel like you're almost never going to want to have a sphere and intersect it with another sphere. You shouldn't do polygonal modeling in that case. So I think I might do the more like a more simple type of Boolean support. Or even just stuff like prisms. You have a prism that's Booleaning into two faces, just prisms and faces, just so you can create holes in flat surfaces. And if it's not flat, then you just have to deal with that. Okay, so there's a bit of a tricky thing in this. Oh, I don't know if I should unify it or not, because like right now the position of the corner point is calculated from all three corners, but if I don't have all three corners, I need to have a separate calculation for that, so I can't unify that code. But maybe that's more of a like problem for my patch system in the future anyway. Can you make your modeler have a Vim mode where it's controlled keyboard only? That's called Blender, so that already exists. So if you want the Vim of 3D art, Blender's right there. First release the app, then we can track what's the audience demand for more complex booleans. Yeah. With the seam that's currently open between the triangle patch and the vertices on the outline where it touches the round corners, is it mathematically defined where that should be? Oh, that's what I'm trying to think of right now. Like what should be the... That's the thing I'm trying to think of now. Because the way that I did that, as you can see, I have two different ways of doing it. And none of them are correct or good. So I need a different version. So the different version would probably only make use of the normals of both vertices and the positions of those vertices. I think that's all that function needs and should have. The only thing I'm trying to figure out now is how to deal with the corner point. Which is kind of like, it's the intersection of the two normals, the two planes defined by the two faces, effectively. So along the plane of this, this plane right here, where all the points lie. So all the points lie within a specific plane, and then intersect that with the planes of the faces of those two vertices, and then we get the corner point. So that's going to generally be aligned with both of these tangent lines. So it would lie here for this red curve right here. The thing that is kind of special about the triangular Bezier cubic is that those intersections, when projected to this plane, those should all have one 3D point that would get projected to the right, the same corner point on all three, I think. But that's a special case for specifically the triangular Bezier patch. So if it's not triangular, then those corner points are not gonna agree with each other. They're gonna be separate, I think. But then it's kind of a separate problem anyway, because this is a classic case of it works when there's three. If there's more than three, it's overdetermined. And so I need to do like a least squares optimization or whatever. I had like the exact same problem when doing extrude. So maybe I should just generate the corner points independently for each border, and hopefully it lines up for all three in a triangular patch. I think it would. Because it's kind of like a minor offset. Okay. Okay. Wait, so how do I actually determine tangent length? So I remember I went on a bit of a journey to try and figure out a good tangent length. Oh. Yeah, this is the thing. Oh yeah, I remember working out this formula. Cool. Okay. Right. So this is the thing that makes it match a circle. Okay, but we need some kind of better way of doing this. So I used to pass the corner point into this, but in this case we're gonna generate it inside of this function, and we're gonna do it based off of the normal from both corners. Yeah, I think that's the play. Although I think the play might actually be that I should go to bed because it's pretty late. Wait, are these... Wait, are these normalized in that? They are, okay. Okay, but I think... Or no, yeah. That one works even if it's a projection, I think. Or no, does it? Oh, maybe it doesn't actually. Do I need to... Or no, wait, the skew factor is applied afterwards. This project's amazing. Thank you. The required mass is simply insane. There's a lot. there's a lot. There's like an infinite well of math for this project. Like quite literally. Like it would fill a lifetime. Just watch your video about the scourge of AI. Just wanted to thank you for such a well-articulated and important points. Thank you. It was very improvised for the most part. I think it had like an ending written out, and I think I read it during that. But I was just annoyed and did a rant in an afternoon, and then I edited it the next couple of days. Is this like a next-gen Pro Builder or real-time CSG? Definitely looks similar and looks better. I'm hoping this one surpasses those tools. I think it's slightly different in the sense that it is, it's not integrated into Unity. It is a separate, yeah, I'm too tired. It's a standalone tool. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, it's a standalone tool. It's not a Unity plugin. And so like, it's not as tightly integrated as you would expect from Pro Builder or probably real-time CSG, because it's a standalone application, which is a downside. But I also want to make a tool that everybody can use and not just people who use Unity, because I don't like the fact that my tools are always just locked to one ecosystem, especially given, you know, certain decisions that Unity made that I think were not great. And I'm not like feeling as certain that Unity is going to be a good platform for developers forever, you know? And so, yeah, I just wanted to have something that's standalone for that reason. And yeah. And you know, even though half edge is made in Unity, you don't need Unity to use half edge. So it's going to be standalone, just like Blender or Maya or whatever. But learning Godot or lots of your code documented to learn for other engines like that. As in like, in order for you to port them? I mean, it's pretty engine specific, so it might be hard to port it. I do not speak Korean, and I cannot read Hangul, so I'm sorry. I don't know what that says. Wait, someone wrote something and then I missed it. Oh no, I missed it. Oh jeez. Wait, where's the full chat? There it is. Someone posted about the importance of sleep recovery for burnout. You know, shush, shush. It's fine. I'm fine. It's okay. It's actually not fine. I should really go to bed. Let's see. There was some question I feel like I should have answered. How do you efficiently recalculate vertex normals in real time for generic 3D models? Very carefully. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. So do I go through all of that? So basically you okay, so you can get the phase normals using cross products, sort of, but phase normals are usually a little bit more complicated because faces can be non-planar, right? At least the way that I've set up stuff here, because faces, you can have more than 3 edges on a face, right? So, so like a quad, for example. Like if you want to get the face normal of this face right here, you can do the cross product between like these 2 vectors, right? And then you get the face normal. But the problem is that that's the face normal of these 3 vertices. But if this vertex is all the way over here, then the question is like, okay, what's the face normal now? It's kind of ambiguous. There's no like one answer here. But there is a sort of generalized face normal that you can use to calculate this. I believe it's called a Newell normal that you can calculate, which is based off of like iterating around the entire polygon. And then it kind of gets you like a sort of average cross product across all of these. So you can sort of do that. But then when it comes to vertex normals, that depends a lot on your smoothing system, because you know, you might be using stuff like smoothing groups, you might be using soft versus hard edges, and these are all different approaches for all of this. So let's just do a quick example or something. I don't know. There you go. So like right now, I believe I have soft edges here, but it's doing hard shading around this boundary, right? And so like if you want to calculate the like automatically calculated normal for any given, well, half edge or face normal or face vertex, then generally you would need to like find which faces does the smoothing contribution to this corner, which faces contribute to that, right? And because there's a hard edge here, the faces here don't contribute to that smooth shading. So it's kind of a matter of like traversing outward from that face vertex or half edge, and figuring out what contributes to the normal. And then the way that you average those is a little bit complicated because you can't just do a straight average. The way that I did it for half edge was that I took the internal angle of each of the faces that contribute to it, and then I weight it by that internal angle. So that if it's a small angle, it contributes less. If it's a big angle, it contributes more. And that works really well. And so then if you, I don't know, so if I soft shade this one, it's gonna try to smooth it over for all of this, which obviously looks bad. There we go. Now it's soft all over. Look at this goopy, kind of goopy thing. No other way than having duplicate vertices for hard shading. Generally not, no. At least not in like standard render pipelines. I think there might be certain shader flags you can set to force it to not interpolate the vertex normals. Or you can like calculate the face normals, but if you do that, like in the shader, it's going to be on a per triangle basis, which might not be what you want, because then you might be losing the soft shading across quads, which is rarely what you want. Can you push your glasses a little closer? I can, but I don't need to, and I don't want to. See, the thing is, my monitors are pretty low. So like this right here is the top edge of my monitor, which is like perfectly aligned so that I still see like my monitor. Not sure why I stumbled on your channel, but what you do seems very impressive. Thank you. Do you dabble in pure math like number theory, etc., or just apply geometry? I don't like number theory. I've never really been interested in it. I usually like the more geometric stuff. So I guess recently I got into, well, a few years ago, I got into geometric algebra, or specifically the VGA, vector geometric algebra. I haven't bothered looking into all the other ones because there's so many different flavors. But I feel like the vector geometric algebra has a really, really interesting unification of a bunch of concepts when it comes to like complex numbers and quaternions and like, I don't know, all of that stuff. It's really cool. I did a talk about it. I did a talk that's called Why Can't You Multiply Vectors? Which is on YouTube. So you should check that out on my YouTube channel if you're interested in abstract algebra. Is it close to computational geometry? Wait, Jesus. Does someone... Is that £100? Good lord. Thank you so much. Soldier Boy. It's the real Soldier Boy. Thank you so much. Thank you for teaching all of us and showing your own projects and how you develop. Even if some of us have no idea what's happening, it doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you so much. You know, sometimes it does feel like it goes unnoticed. But I think that's just a perceptual thing. Anyway, thank you so much. That is super nice of you. But yeah, as I was saying, there's the talk I did. It's called Why Can't You Multiply Vectors? It's kind of an obsessive journey into trying to multiply vectors and interpreting what that means. And yeah, so it's a secret introduction to geometric algebra, or one specific branch of geometric algebra. And I'm sort of, in the talk, I'm trying to take a route that is, I'm trying to use as few axioms as possible, and I managed to find one that boiled it down to one very, very, very simple equation where like everything else follows from that, which I really liked. That was like super compelling to me, and that's when I wanted to do a talk about it. Yeah. That was interesting to me. But then, is it that talk? I do have one talk where like, I feel like the view count was way lower, but I put so much effort into it. That might be the lerp smoothing talk, actually. I wonder if it's just because I have a bad thumbnail for that. I think that's it, for the lerp smoothing. I should just have a better thumbnail. It's a really cool talk. Thank you so much. Oh, you also like the multiplying vectors. Thank you. Isn't there vector multiplication in the Laplace transform? I'm not sure. But yeah, anyway, that talk gets into geometric algebra. And a very, very, what I think is a super cool way to the grand unified theory of like quaternions, complex numbers, cross products, dot products, and like all of it comes together where basically the spoilers for the talk, but basically when you take two vectors and multiply them together in a more, what I would consider a more fundamental and more intuitive way of multiplying two vectors that's not hand waving some kind of notational thing, kind of like, you know, the dot product and the cross product, they feel kind of hand wavy, where it's like, oh, you just take some components and then it's defined as the weird exceptional thing it does. But there is a really, really, really natural way of multiplying two vectors where what you get out of it is effectively the result of a dot product and the result of a cross product, and it's bundled into a quaternion. And that quaternion, if those two input vectors are normalized, that quaternion represents the quaternion that rotates from one of those vectors to the other times 2. Which is a really interesting like geometric interpretation of that. And like the fact that this happens from a very, very simple rule, I think is so cool. I think the one axiom I have is that if you multiply a vector by itself, you get the magnitude squared. Which traditionally you would define that using the dot product, but I'm not doing that here. The dot product kind of falls out of it as a secondary thing. I think there's a bit of a hand wave in that in order to know the magnitude, you might need a dot product, but I'm not 100% sure about that. There's probably some like actual gaps if you're like a real mathematician and not a nerd like me. But I don't know. I just found that so beautiful that you just have this simple concept and then all of this stuff just pops out. Isn't it even simpler that basis vectors multiply with themselves is 1? No, but that is a consequence of that. I think that was like the first consequence I mentioned. From what I recall. Has Grant from 3 Blue 1 Brown ever reached out to you? Yes, we've actually talked a few times. We've chatted a few times, and it was neat. He's a really nice person. He's like exactly as nice as you would expect. Like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes when you talk to creators, you sort of feel this. You sort of feel like the YouTube personality is kind of a persona, and the actual person is different. With Grant, I feel like it's like the same person. And yeah. And I think the one thing that I found really weird and super unexpected is that oh god, what's his name? Michael Stevens, I think, Vsauce. So when I met him, he's like that. Like he doesn't just present his videos in that cadence and that style. That's the way he is. And I was so surprised. I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. I didn't know that, like, damn, humanity has range. That's really neat. I do want to get deeper into quaternions. So the talk that I did at Nordic Game Jam, I have been wanting to make. Well, I don't want to promise a video series, but I kind of wanted to make multiple videos about rotations in general, kind of like starting with 2D rotations and then building up to 3D rotations and then eventually quaternions. But I haven't figured out a nice way of doing it because I keep having this I don't know. I have a really, really crippling perfectionism that prevents me from ever feeling satisfied with anything I ever create unless I polish it to death. Which means that it's like, if I don't, like, I would rather release nothing than to release something that doesn't meet my expectations, which is bad. That's what my emotional brain wants to do. I know that that's bad, but emotionally, I have this, I don't know, I'm really uncomfortable with releasing stuff that's not as good as I imagine it should be. But that should is coming solely from me. That's just inside of my head. So I'm basically stopping myself from releasing stuff. And I kind of hate that because I don't know. I know that my audience is not where that expectation is coming from. I know that there's so many people who would be like, I don't care if it's polished. I just love the stuff that you do. Just make more of it. I don't care if it's like ultra polished and you spent 5 years on it. Like, I don't know. It's like that meme where like the creator is like sad about their cake not being as cool as the other cake, but the consumers, they're just happy they have 2 cakes instead of 1. So, yeah. Anyway, but then streaming is different because streaming, I'm fine with my streaming being not perfect because it's like an inherently imperfect medium or like a communication form, right? I think humanity benefits from perfectionists existing, or to be more specific, a continuum of perfectionists from full ones to fuck it we ball. Yeah. And like usually there is a I'm trying to figure out if I should start wrapping up because it's late. So I shouldn't go like on a super long tangent about this. Yeah, there's this interesting like thing that I've been thinking about a lot recently. About, I think I talked about this last stream, or not last stream, but the stream before that maybe. There's this really weird, I'm trying to figure out how to say this without coming across as like ultra privileged, because it sounds bad, I think. But like, I'm in a position right now where I'm relatively financially independent. I'm not like wealthy. I still have to like do freelance work to like make enough money to like get by. But between freelance work, I have pretty much full creative freedom, right? As long as I can monetize it, sort of, right? Like, I don't know, if I'm streaming a bunch, it would be nice if I could like at least monetize those videos on YouTube. But I think there's something weird that happens as soon as you have creative freedom, where when you have creative freedom, you're no longer creating out of necessity. You're creating out of like, sounds pretentious, but it's like it's an expression of yourself. Because when you create something with full creative freedom, you are basically like telling the world that the thing I'm doing right now is the thing that I chose to work on, and I chose not to work on everything else because that decision rests with me entirely. And mentally, that puts a really weird like weight on everything you choose not to do. Because now you chose not to do that. If I work on a project, it's always in the back of my mind. It's like, oh, but why are you working on this dumb little thing? Like you should be working on something more useful because you can. Like you have the ability to make the quaternion video that everybody would want, that explains quaternions perfectly. And I know I'm able to do that, right? But the moment I start working on it, it's like, oh, but it's not perfect. I feel like I need a better opening here. I need a better hook. I need better animations for this. And like, it's not as good as my spline video, so I need to make sure that I meet that bar at least. And then I keep adding and adding and adding more work. And eventually it's too much work that I feel overwhelmed. And then it's easier for me to pivot to something else. So I pivot and then I pivot and then I pivot, and I never release anything. And it's so bad. Like it's so frustrating because it's like in my mind, I was always feeling like, you know, the more creative freedom you have, the better, right? You can do exactly whatever you want. But I don't know. There's this really weird thing that happened just psychologically where you can't offload liability anywhere else because it does rest only on you and your decisions. And then the like, there's the other side of it of, you know, I have been burnt out twice. And like quite often you're like, when you want to get stuff done, when you're not disciplined enough, using stressors to motivate you, like deadlines, making promises publicly, or promising your friends, or you have an event you need to go to, so that becomes a deadline. Like those are ways of constraining your projects into a reasonable scope because you're forcing yourself to do it, right? And then you're externalizing that pressure. But that is a stress-based pressure. And the thing is, it works on me. Like, it does work. I think it works on most people. Like, if you have a project at work and it's stressful, you generally do deliver something. Even if it's not perfect, you do deliver something at some point, if you're genuinely trying to get stuff done. But without that pressure, you get stuck in the perfectionism trap because you have theoretically infinite time to make things better, right? But in my case, like, I have to be very careful with stress-based motivators because of the fact that I burnt out before. And it makes me feel very frustrated with myself because I know that I'm capable of doing so much, but I'm just, like, not. Because I keep, like, pivoting too much. I don't know. It's tricky. But, like, there's a reason I've done more talks than videos. Because talks, that's a deadline. And I'm forced to be done at some point. But then, I don't know. Like, the lerp smoothing talk, I think I worked on that for a year, along with the blog post that I still haven't published because it's not perfect. But then I never made a video about it. Like, I have all of these animations, I have all of this content, I have all of this stuff I could talk about, but I never turn it into video. Because I feel like, oh, but you know, the talk already exists. And if I turn it into a video, it needs to be better than the talk, because a video is prepared content, while a talk is, like, not entirely improvised, but the delivery is improvised, you know? And, like, I don't know, I keep making up all of these reasons in my head as for why it's not good enough. But it's purely emotional, because I know that people would appreciate it, even if it's not as perfect as I imagine it should be. So I don't know where it's coming from. If it's just like this overriding emotion that is hard to push through, I don't know. It's hard. I feel like logically I know what I'm supposed to do, but emotionally I'm, like, being held back. I show it on stream maybe one time, or in your Patreon Discord, and see how people think about it maybe. I mean, I could. I don't know if that would help, though. Is your cat lucid dreaming in the background? He might be. If he was, like, kicking around, maybe he was. Yeah, deadlines are really, really, really useful in that sense. Yeah, I think I just need to be better at setting a scope. I think that the spline video, I kind of grew more and more, and I think I was approaching my second burnout, and I kind of had to just put a stop to it because I couldn't do more. But that's because I, like, physically couldn't. Like, that's not when you should stop working on it, right? Like, I need to stop earlier. But it's so hard to let go. Like, it's so hard to leave something not perfect because, I don't know, maybe I have, like, a really strong, like, because I'm sort of financially independent, the work that I do is representative of me, and if I make it low quality, then that's going to reflect bad on me, because that is it's so intrinsically tied to me as a person. And this is purely emotional and stuff that I'm feeling. I don't think other people think about this at all. Like, it really doesn't matter for other people. But it's just, like, mentally for me, I have that really strong connection. So if I get, like, a YouTube comment that's negative about one of my videos, it's not like I made a decision that this person didn't like. It's that I failed this person. I should have done a better job at capturing every single person who might have any kind of criticism at any of my projects, which is untenable. That's like an impossible bar to meet. But it's always swirling around in my head, and I can't get it out. And I guess I just need to see a therapist. But I'm not that financially independent. But whenever and if ever I have more money, maybe I will see a therapist regularly, because I think I need that. Like, logically, I know exactly what the solution is. Logically, it's like, one, don't take criticism to heart unless it's someone you respect. Like, if it's a random on the internet, like, there's no reason for me to take that to heart and feel responsible for their emotions. Like, I really shouldn't do that. Like, there's no reason, because randos on the internet, it could be some random kid that's like 10 years old and writing a shitty comment, and they don't know what they're talking about. But somehow I always feel like it's my responsibility to take care of them and make sure that I communicated better. Like, I failed as a teacher if you didn't like my educational content, or I failed as an artist if the work didn't get the emotions across, you know? But I shouldn't take that to heart. Like, I really shouldn't. But it's easy to say that, but then emotionally, I feel like the emotional me is just on a different wavelength entirely. Oh, and the other one would just be, don't read the comments. Just, that's like the top advice I hear from every creator. Just don't read the comments. And also, like, don't read the comments, and don't like engage too much with your community. Like, most creators are pretty hands-off with their community. Like, they, like, I don't know, they're not super active in like their own discords or whatever, which I'm not anymore either. I used to be, but not anymore, which is probably good, I think, but that's for like an unrelated reason, I think. I don't know. Anyway, you noticed? But that's okay. You are allowed to notice that I spend less time on my Discord, and that's okay. And I'm not going to pressure myself. Are some people that are moderators send them important comments and filter out the rest? Yeah. See, some people have hired help to manage comments and feedback. Yeah, like I said, I think when I can afford a therapist, I think it's better to go to therapy than to hire someone, you know? I feel like therapy is probably more important than trying to expand my business. Can recommend a YouTube channel called Key. Don't think I recognize that. Maybe I will have a look. Okay, I should really go to bed. Maybe I'll have some shitty instant noodles and hang out in the couch with my boys, because I've been neglecting them for 5 hours or whatever. Okay. Just realized your name tag generates a Gemini suggestion? What does that mean? Okay. Is there anything else I want to talk about? I don't think so. Do I plug half edge? I'm gonna do that. https://halfedge.xyz. If you are interested in half edge, you can go to the website for half edge. There's also links below the stream. if you're curious about the project and you want to learn more about it and the philosophy behind it, why I'm making it, and yeah, feel free to check that out. Feel free to check out Thor behind me. He is impatient and he wants me to stop yapping at the computer. And so thank you all so much for joining. I don't know when the next stream is going to be. And also, once again, thanks Soldier Boy, actual real Soldier Boy, for the donation. That is super nice of you. Thank you. All right. 2 streams in a row, didn't expect that. I used to stream pretty regularly on Twitch. I wonder if I should try doing that some more, because like it's so much easier for me to stream than to make videos. I want to compliment Half-Edge's icon and name. They're very neat. Thank you. I'm glad you like that. I had such a difficult time deciding on a name. I think Half-Edge is good because, I don't know, you can come up with like a gazillion different name combination that like takes a word like poly and then like vertex or edit or pro or suite or studio, or like you can take all of these words and try to mash them together and it sounds like the most generic, boring thing in the universe. Like poly edit. Oh, I don't know, that sounds boring, right? Like, I don't know, there's so many things that, like, names like that just don't work for me. But then eventually I was like, maybe I can just call it Half-Edge. And the thing I really like about Half-Edge as a name is, one, it is very closely related to the Half-Edge data structure, which is used in Half-Edge itself. 2, it sounds weird. Like, Half-Edge sounds weird, and I think that's a good thing, because that's memorable. If it was called Poly Edit Pro, nobody would remember that. And they shouldn't, because that's a bad name, right? So, like, Half-Edge is a name that kind of sticks with you because it's strange. One downside is that Half-Edge is, like, kind of already taken. Like, that's a concept that exists already. But most people on Earth do not know what Half-Edge is. Like, what a Half-Edge is. And I don't think I need to be worried about SEO collisions, right? So I think I'm good on that front. And like someone mentioned, like Half-Life is like the most similar like piece of media that I can think of in terms of naming, which is also a weird name, where like I think most people, when they hear Half-Life, they think of the video game series Half-Life, and they don't think about radioactive decay, right? And so I'm trying to pull off basically what Valve did, you know, and try to like capture the concept. But I think it's a good name. I think it has that perfect mix of being strange and captivating and short, and not too taken already. I think that's cool. Also, thank you so much for the donation. Bread Cat Space Time. Wait, what's your full name? It cut it off. Oh no. Oh jeez. But thank you so much. Thank you for being an inspiration and passion for learning. Thank you. Do you believe in Half-Life 3? I cannot speak about things related to that, so Breadcut Space-Time Traveler, thank you so much. Yeah, but I also find it kind of funny that Half-Edge, it almost sounds like self-deflationary, where like I don't know, having like half in the name of your thing sounds like you're like dividing it by 2, and it's just kind of funny in that way. Like I've considered like leaning into it in the sense that like I'm calling it Half-Edge, and then I market it as like, I don't know, I market it as a mid-poly modeling tool, which also sounds like I'm shitting on my own product, because mid is like a synonymous with shitty and bland, right? I don't know. I just think it's kind of funny to call it like a mid poly. Half edge is a mid poly destructive modeling tool, which just sounds bad. But you know what? If you do it confidently, I think you can pull it off. Just like go out there and be like, fuck yeah, I'm making like a mid poly thing. Get out of here with your like photogrammetry AAA stuff. No, this is like a mid product, and we like it that way, you know. What do you know? Leaked. Well. Okay. Now do I give context? Maybe not. Probably not. This is the we should be sleeping, but it's a fireside chat type of thing. Yeah. Yeah, most of my streams end like that. Let people wallow in the mystery. Yeah, maybe that's the vibe that people usually enjoy around this particular topic. Something VR, I'm sure. It's not as interesting as it sounds. So like reality is not as interesting as you're inventing in your head right now. Hold on, I'll be right back. Damn it. Hello? Whoa. I know you don't like being in. Okay. The boo. She knows the reality. I mean, so sort of, because when I was working on budget cuts, I was at Valve's office multiple times. And so I like had a lot of knowledge that I couldn't really share because for obvious reasons. And I did have a short conversation with Gabe Newell, which was weird. And kind of neat. But also really weird, especially in hindsight. I think like in my life, that's gotta be like the wealthiest person I've ever been nearby, I suppose. Gabe confirmed. Yes, Gabe Newell exists. I can confirm that Gabe does exist. He's not just on the internet and in interviews. Okay. Yeah, I should start going to bed. Wait, what? He's still forging crowbar as you were there? What does that mean? I thought Gabe Newell was more of a knife person. Didn't he have like a big knife collection or something? Bring something up about vector multiplication. She's considering stopping the stream. Yeah, I'm considering stopping the stream. But, you know, I'm pretty easy to catch with a math snipe or an interesting question, unfortunately. Yeah, I am kind of curious, because like when I was streaming on Twitch, now I go into another topic. I sniped myself. I made it worse. Like when I was streaming on Twitch, the I just kind of like when I went back to look at the income I got from that, it was pretty much nothing. But I think like VODs on YouTube actually get quite a lot if you're consistent. Like if I were to stream as much as I did when I streamed a lot on Twitch, I think that would actually make way more money on YouTube than it would on Twitch. So I'm considering like taking this as a bit of an experiment and just like streaming a few times and then seeing how that turns out. Are you partnered with Twitch? Yes, I am. Oh, is someone gonna throw up? Hold on. What? Excuse me? Was that you? Who was that? Oh, what? You okay, Simon? Mr. Simon? Okay, maybe not. What the heck? I just heard sometimes when cats are about to throw up, they make these like noises. And I heard one of those. And I was like, wait. But it was not Thor and not Toast, because they were napping. The sound came from either Salad or Gumpy. So, yeah. I'm not sure what that was about, but I heard a sort of throwing up-y noise. Oh, you heard it too? Okay. Good. Then it's not just my imagination. What is my camera focusing on? What's happening? Okay, there we go. Oh, you get it most from ads or partnerships from third-party companies, not from donations themselves. Yeah. It's just like the partnership stuff with like third-party companies. I just don't want to do any of that overhead of communicating with people or companies to do that. Although, wait, do I talk about that? I don't think it's a secret. It's just that I don't think I've ever announced it or talked about it. It's not even a big announcement, but I've been in talks with Nebula. We just haven't gotten anywhere yet. But I believe Nebula can also sort of act like agents, where they can manage some of that stuff for you, I think. I could be wrong, but I think. Yeah. But then it's like, I haven't made any videos since then. So I'm kind of like waiting for the next moment I have another video to release, and then I'm probably gonna go talk about the Nebula stuff a little bit more. Is Nebula still a thing? Yep. And it also seems kind of nice. In the sense that, like, I don't know, the conversations I've seen in their like internal Slack and whatnot, I appreciate that they seem pretty anti-AI and anti-algorithm slop. Like the whole philosophy of Nebula seems very aligned with what I would prefer a platform to do. where like the incentives on Nebula should align with the incentives of the creators, but that's not really the case on YouTube. But yeah, so what I'm speaking of perfectionism, I'm like, well, if I wanna do like a Nebula sponsor and have my videos on Nebula, I should do that when I release a new video, not like offhandedly mention it, right? Like I'm doing now. But that's okay, because this is a fireside chat. This is not the secret. But like, I don't know. And so then I'm like, oh, but if I make a new video and I do the Nebula read in there, then I should have like a non-public video as well to get people interested in going there. Because if it's just like, hey, I'm also on Nebula and all of my videos are there too, like what's the incentive to go to Nebula, right? If it's all free on YouTube, why would you do that? So like having an exclusive video that's just for Nebula and my Patreon supporters would be like an extra incentive to go there. So I'm thinking like I need to make 2 videos for that release, right? Like, oh god. But I'm thinking, I'm actually considering doing something like, whenever I do my next video, I'm thinking I can do a Patreon or Patreon and Nebula exclusive that is like mostly improvised, but it's on a topic that I know that a lot of people really want to know about, which is how I animate my videos. That's like one of the most common questions I get. And I haven't really been interested in talking about it because like I've done it so much on stream and it seems kind of like boring to me. But that's something people are super interested in. So I'm thinking maybe that's going to be the exclusive video that you can't get on YouTube. And I think that I don't really need to write like a script on that either. I can probably like, I don't know, kind of like I did with the AI video. I improvise for 4 hours and then I edit it down to 1 hour. Like, I don't know. It's easy for me to improvise because that's what I do on stream, right? So I'm thinking maybe that could be the hook, I suppose. And that would be a really good reason to do it as well, because I haven't really been that interested in doing it. And also I'm kind of like selfishly, I don't want people to copy my style, you know? And so I'm like, I want to keep this to myself. So if I at the very least don't release it publicly, that's going to help me feel more comfortable doing that, I suppose. Selfish, silly reasons. I assume it's on a high level as shapes with some custom timeline animation engine thing. Yes, and like I've been using that on stream multiple times, and like I've worked on my videos on stream too, so it's not like a secret or anything. Everyone wants your color palette. You know, I sort of feel like there's I do feel a little bit weirded out when people use color palettes of other creators. This is especially true for people who use 3 Blue 1 Brown's color scheme. And I'm kind of like, that feels weird. I feel like that's kind of that's his brand. Like, you're kind of just like yanking his brand, which, I don't know. I feel weird about that. But I guess it's kind of like, I don't know. I'm a little judgmental when it comes to math people's appreciation and respect for art, and also the art people's lack of interest and disrespect for mathematics. There's this like chasm between those two camps. Hold on. Yes, I feel like a lot of people who are interested in math might not consider things like color palette and theming to be part of like a visual identity or like an art style. And so it's not surprising to me that people who are more technically minded might not care about that. But I think if you are more artistically minded and visual, you do care about these kinds of things. Yeah. No, I haven't used Grant's Manim because I would have to use Python, I think. I just like C sharp. I don't like things that are not C sharp. And also, it's kind of funny to like, or funny. It's fun to create like your own animation system. Are those maybe the default colors in Manim? That's sort of what I suspected, but like even if it is, I feel like you should change them. Like just straight up. Like you it's not only that I feel like I would want to change it in order to avoid like copying, you know, Grant's visual brand. It's more so that I would want to change it because I want a different color scheme. Like it's more like I have, you know, a vision in mind and I want to communicate a specific vibe and color scheme and so like I would want to do those kinds of things because like I want to play with those colors because it's fun to do that just from like an artistic perspective. Okay. Forcing yourself to use something you don't really want to just because others tell you to never works in that spot right now, and it basically completely killed my motivation for basically everything. That is my relationship with Unity and Godot. It's like, I should probably use Godot. There are good reasons, like philosophically and ethically and vibes wise. But goddamn, how I'm not excited to like relearn all of that stuff. And also like getting a huge setback for projects I've already started working on and like I don't know, it would just be a huge reset and I would need to redo so much work, all of my tools, everything. And like yeah, it would be nice to switch to Godot, but also I have like I don't know, 13 years of experience of Unity. so it's like letting go is difficult at this point. I did, however, do that with Twitter. I did leave Twitter. That one I actually pulled. And it's probably been to the detriment of my identity online. Like, or in terms of my, like, spread or visibility online, I should say. So that one I did do, and I was hoping more people would make the jump, but I guess a lot of people are stuck in the algorithm trap still. Okay. Have you ever considered making your own engine? Nope. I mean, I've considered, like, thought about it, but not, like, seriously considered it, no. Okay. Am I going to be able to stop this stream? Am I going to be able to stop yapping? I remember when I tried to end the stream, like, an hour ago. It's just kind of nice to, like, hang out, I suppose. Are the people I follow only, like, 1% switched away from Twitter? Yeah, it kind of goes in waves, I suppose. And I was on one of the waves, but not all of them. Oh god, what's your favorite video game? Do I respond to that? Is that a bait? Is someone trying to get me to answer a question and go on a tangent about Silk Song? Or... I don't know. I don't know. Oh jeez. RuneScape? Nah. They made too many items similar to each other so that it was too easy to scam people in RuneScape. And that hurt my feelings as a kid, because I got scammed as a kid. That was rude. I didn't want to be scammed. I was given an, I forget what it was, iron sword instead of mithril? I don't know. Some of them had like the same color. They were like super similar, and yeah, not okay. Okay, closing stuff. But you could make wobbly rich text, so that was cool. Favorite 4 films? Oh, I'm bad at films. I'm usually much better with TV series. I don't watch that many movies. So, in terms of TV series, Severance is very good. I really, really liked both seasons, both the first one and the second one. Second one it was one episode I feel like in particular didn't really connect with the rest, and it came in at a weird timing that I was kind of meh about, but literally like everything else about the whole series was great. Severance was super, super good. I think that's my favorite show. I used to like Game of Thrones back when it came out, the first like 4 seasons. I don't know if I would like it now. I remember I rewatched Breaking Bad, like the first episode, and I was like, oh, this is not good. But I remember liking Breaking Bad when it came out, so I don't know. I guess like my tastes and everything has changed as well. WandaVision was surprisingly good. I kind of liked that one. I feel like WandaVision was a show that had, ironically enough, or appropriately enough, it had a vision. As long as we ignore like the last episode of WandaVision, I think it's a cool show. I wanted them to push some of the like psychological horror stuff a little bit further, but I guess it's Marvel, so they can't push it too far. What else? Yeah, I don't know movies. Movies are difficult. Oh, Flo was really cute. The Blender movie with the black cat. Super, super cute movie. I was crying throughout the whole thing because I'm very, very sensitive when it comes to cat stuff. Great, great movie. Interstellar? It was alright. I don't remember having a strong opinion on Interstellar. Oh, thanks for the $5, Rob. Okay, RG, thanks for joining. I should really eat and not flip my sleep schedule entirely. I really want to think of another movie though, because I have seen movies. It's not like I haven't seen any. I feel like I've been in a game space of late. I've just been playing games of late. Oh, I watched The Wire. It's like a little older TV show. That's pretty good. A bit of a slow burn. It takes a while for you to get into it. It was kind of like, I didn't really know whether I liked the show or not until the season was over. And then I was like, you know what? That was pretty good. And I kind of wish I had another episode. It was very different from very different from Severance, where Severance has a really strong hook and you're kind of like in it immediately. Whereas The Wire is way more slow in a way. But that could also just be like a difference in the way that, I mean, streaming services versus like network television shows work very differently. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I should really end the stream as well. Thank you all so much for joining. I don't know when I'm gonna stream next. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. Who knows? I don't have good plans for this, but maybe I think I'll try to stream tomorrow because I wanna do a YouTube experiment. Like, what if I stream 1 week, that just like turns into like a big revenue spike? Then I'd be like, oh, neat. Then I can just do that instead of freelance work, you know? So maybe I'll try it out, see what happens. The things I do are pretty niche, so I don't expect it to be interesting to a lot of people, but anyway, we'll see. I don't know those things. The audience and the internet and the algorithm will decide. But thank you all so much for joining. I will see you all next time. Bye bye.